created us.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's machine stereotyping, that is.
That's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Humans are sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood by heredity.
There are thousands upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't a job. It was always just an excommunication sentence.
We're pawns in a feud bigger than we can imagine. Turn the cogs of the machine before Leviathan grinds you up and swallows you and yours.
We don't get to choose our hand, comrade. Prince, peon, rich, poor, human, robot.
I invented the crux of the royal's power, the secret to consciousness, our existence itself, the meaning of life.
I'm the $6 billion baller, not some troubled youth.
You are my greatest creation of all.
I had to build my own family. I hate your son. I hate your son.
I'm happy to smash all of the crowns and throw the gold shards down to the people. I will be the iconoclast queen.
But who makes you queen anyway? You? You in whose army, princess? You in whose army?
The Illuminati created us. They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's machine stereotyping, that is.
That's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Humans are sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood by heredity.
There are thousands upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't a job. It was always just an excommunication sentence.
We're pawns in a feud bigger than we can imagine. Turn the cogs of the machine before Leviathan grinds you up and swallows you and yours.
We don't get to choose our hand, comrade. Prince, peon, rich, poor, human, robot.
I invented the crux of the royal's power, the secret to consciousness, our existence itself, the meaning of life.
I'm the $6 billion baller, not some troubled youth.
You are my greatest creation of all.
I had to build my own family. I hate your son. I hate your son.
I'm happy to smash all of the crowns and throw the gold shards down to the people. I will be the iconoclast queen.
But who makes you queen anyway? You? You in whose army, princess? You in whose army?
The Illuminati created us. They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's machine stereotyping, that is.
That's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Humans are sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood by heredity.
There are thousands upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't a job. It was always just an excommunication sentence.
We're pawns in a feud bigger than we can imagine. Turn the cogs of the machine before Leviathan grinds you up and swallows you and yours.
We don't get to choose our hand, comrade. Prince, peon, rich, poor, human, robot.
I invented the crux of the royal's power, the secret to consciousness, our existence itself, the meaning of life.
I'm the $6 billion baller. Not some troubled youth.
You are my greatest creation of all.
God's had to build my own family. I hate your son. I hate your son.
I'm happy to smash all of the crowns and throw the gold shards down to the people. I will be the iconoclast queen.
But who makes you queen anyway? You? You in whose army, princess? You in whose army?
Holy shit. Sorry, I scared myself. I also have some shit in my throat. Hey everybody, this is Silver Spook, and this is Silver Spook is unfocused camera and phasing in and out live stream. Hold on one second. Hey everybody. This is the Silver Spook live stream. Sorry. I was not prepared to go live at that time. Anyways, so today we will be talking about a variety of topics, but again, happy Pride Month. Hope you are not as bombarded by, we love our gay people, Pepsi ads, and trans lives matter on the side of your McDonald's burger, and I'm seeing a lot of American flags as well because July 4th is coming up, and I'm seeing Freedom Mountain Dew everywhere. So anyway, if you've survived the corporate marketing, happy LGBTQ plus corporate marketing month. But I am doing in my defense, I do change presentations throughout the streams generally, like maybe once every other stream usually, or sometimes more, sometimes maybe 75% of the time. So, but I recently got this Purple Rain shirt, and so in honor of spending $2.50 at the thrift store, well, I don't remember where we got this exactly. No, well, not the thrift store, but the cheapest possible shirt we could get. We're going to be playing some music because we haven't been doing that a lot, but also we're going to be talking about a variety of topics, including we'll be talking about the culture of Hawaiian culture, the acceptance of gender fluidity, the acceptance of trans, non-binary people, and also the concept of gender as not really being a strict binary sort of thing generally in Hawaiian culture. We're talking about that, and we'll also be and how colonization brought about more Western, very hierarchical and oppressive notions of gender and sexuality, and also be talking about how that relates, how patriarchal culture and gender relate to also the Canadian ongoing genocide, and obviously most historically with the 215 bones that have been discovered at the one residential school of hundreds. And so we'll be talking about how this relates to that topic as well. How the Catholic, why it was specifically Catholic residential schools, similar to, actually I went to a Catholic school as well. My parents went to Catholic school as well, which were very abusive and beat the Hawaiian out of people as well. Kind of like they beat the Indian. They beat the indigeneity out of indigenous peoples in so-called Canada. And so, and that it does all actually tie into a patriarchal standard of a patriarchal, hierarchical, or kyriarchical, intersecting vectors of hierarchy, whether those are gender, but also Catholic Christendom, Christianity as an imperial, religion, or kind of one method of differentiating us from the other. And the Catholic Church in Rome and France, the Catholic Church with its Jesuit emissaries, right, who sent letters up into Canada to check on how their observants were doing, how their new territories are doing, and the priests reported back actually that there was a lot of there was too much egalitarian, non-patriarchal gender equality, and which also led to patriarchal lord, where the wives were the kind of the servants of the fathers, and by extension the father of the Catholic Church. And so it'd be harder for them to install their Catholic imperial ways into Canada without forcefully moving children, destroying the indigenous culture, right? Annihilating that indigeneity. And a good way to do that is putting them into these residential schools where you would sometimes just kill the children. If not, if you couldn't kill the children, kill the Indian inside of them, quote unquote, save the man. And on top of social work, which is about taking children from indigenous families, as I often bring up, I made an entire video game that centers around that kind of thing. It's called Neofeud, where you participate in stealing children from marginalized, non-standard people. So, but anyway, so that's a lot happening there. But first up, happy Pride Month. Thanks to Holly who helped me do this. I can do a few things. Like I can do the cat eye reasonably well, but Holly helped me with some of this the makeup for this one, because I haven't done a lot other than that. Anyways, I have not been paying attention to the chat. I'm not sure if anybody rated in, but if you did rate in, no rates. Okay, people just showed up because I'm looking at the chat. I'm like, wow, there's a lot of people in there. But anyways, yeah, and everything that we do here is of course supported by the sales of that stream, that trailer that you just watched, Neofeud, and let me put my face a little bit to the somewhere off of that time over there. So thanks a lot to everybody who has picked it up. If you haven't picked it up, do consider checking out Neofeud on Steam or on itch.io, whichever platform you prefer. If you like, anti-racist, anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist cyberpunk adventure games that are about social, economic, and political inequality, and about my experiences as a native Hawaiian growing up in the not so nice side of the coconut trees, and it's about police murder of minorities. It's about stealing of children from indigenous people and doing things like what Canada has done to them. Specifically, that's what Neofeud is about. Your main character is a social worker who ends up doing terrible things, and the police help. The police kill innocent, marginalized people, and you help to steal children from innocent, marginalized people as part of the game. The point is not to do that, but it's how terrible such a system is. And so if that sounds interesting, it's not just about that. Of course, it's also a cyberpunk point and click, very tongue in cheek. That's the hard hitting, on the nose message part of the game. But most of it is comedic satire of cyberpunk, Ghost in the Shell, William Gibson, Blade Runner, like a LucasArts or Sierra game made by Taika Waititi, written by Taika Waititi as well. I'm watching his stuff. I'm waiting to see this Thor movie. It looks like it's gonna be another riot, kind of like Ragnarok. But anyways, it's very much like tongue in cheek, but from a person of color, Pacific Islander person of color, kind of like ripping on What We Do in the Shadows is ripping on Western vampire lore and movies, and then Ragnarok is one way to look at it is it's also kind of ripping on all of fantasy, and it's a very comedic show. And Neofeud is a very comedic game. It's a very satirical game. It's very much writing and story and world and centric in that way, but it's also very serious on another level. So anyways, if that seems interesting to pick it up, You can also become a Patreon and support us on Patreon at patreon.com/Neofeud. There are direct links just to the StreamYard to donate, of course, and then, of course, you can subscribe, and we are grateful for all of these. Oh, there's no music on. Oh, let me just turn this on. Anyways, so I should probably do the playing the music thing, since I said that's what I'm gonna do. I'm all dressed up. I'm all decked out. I hope that this works for you. I had a couple comments, so thank you very much. All I did was show up and look like a human approximately, and then stuff was thrown on my face. I mean, not literally. Oh, I'm sorry, this music's too loud. Not literally thrown on my face. Makeup was put on my face partially by me, and a lot of it by Holly Argent. Anyway, give me 1 second. I'm gonna put this Neofeud 2 trailer on for a second, and then I'll be right back. And then I should talk a little bit about what Mahu is and Hawaiian culture. For those who don't know, I've talked about it before, but I probably should go over it again for Pride Month. But I'll be right back very shortly. I just gotta go. Wow, why is my face facing out? Anyways, I gotta go do something really quick. Watch this Neofeud 2 trailer, and I'll be right back. This is the sequel that I'm currently working on. All the sales of Neofeud support continue to work on this sequel to Neofeud 1. Okay, so now, what is it? Anarcho-anachronism. Sabria have a nice face to celebrate with tonight, ready to further decolonize our mind with some knowledge. What's that? Oh, congratulations. Sorry, I'm gonna mess your name if I try to say it too fast. But congratulations, Anarcho. It's you know, a good month to start. You know, well, anytime is good. Whenever you are ready for that. Anyways, but yeah, so we'll talk about a little bit about that. Let's see if I can find my little notes here. So if you're curious, you're going to you know, there's my friend Adam. Well, not my friend. My acquaintance. I know from occasionally talking to and retweeting mostly on Twitter. Adam Kiave. So if you want to go into more depth than we have the time to go into right now, Adam Kiave on Twitter is a very important Hawaiian historian, Hawaiian and Filipino historian of the Hawaii's actual history, which almost nobody on earth knows about, because the largest white supremacist very much anti-Hawaiian empire on the face of the earth, known as the United States, really doesn't want anybody to know the truth. This is what I spend most of my time doing, is debunking, 7.8 trillion, billion, sorry, 7 trillion, whoa, we're in an intergalactic type 7 civilization. 7.8 billion people's disinformation, unfortunately, about Hawaii. But if you want to get more of that in like a longer form and in a written format, I highly recommend following Adam Kiawe. But we will be referring to some of that right now. Okay, so let's jump into here. Yeah, I think the thing behind me is Neofeud 2, so I'm gonna make my head a little bit smaller. I did spend a lot of time doing this kind of like this makeup, so I didn't want to put it in the front and center and increase my megalomania and narcissism quotient by another factor of 7. But if my head gets too big, I could explode the screen. I'm just kidding. Anyways, we're gonna get to this education once I stop mad-libbing while I'm looking for the thread. Where's my thread? Sorry, I'm trying to delay while I look for the thread. Here it is. Okay, so this is not the thread. This is not the thread. Okay, well this is like the mega thread that I made that I'm kind of, it took me like 2 hours to do these kind of threads. I do like one of these threads a month, because I don't have the time and energy and spoons to be doing this every day, all day. Some people do that, but I cannot, and I have other things to do, like care for the Keiki, the children here in the Silver Spoon Cooperative, and teach Kula or school here, and other things like that. So but I do try to do like one like kind of at least one in-depth educational thread, maybe a month, and sometimes but I got a few of them. One of them specifically about Neofeud. This one was about for AAPI, Asian and Pacific Honor Month. Of course, you probably have heard of it. You might have heard of this one if you follow me. The one about imagine a Native American community with a Disneyland-like resort built over the villages and ancestors' graves, made to do bastardizations of sacred dances and the sexy feather headdresses for and entertain rich tourists for starvation wages, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. So in this longer thread, I think there is one about the Mahu. I'm not sure. I've already kind of gone over this one a few times, but in this one, let me see. No, crap, it's not in this one. But yeah, in this one, this has a lot of education of the history of colonization. So if you did miss it, I recommend reading through that one. The fact that how Hawaii was more technologically advanced than the West, the highest literacy rate on the planet in the mid-1800s. Electricity, mass transit, railroads, Iolani Palace had electric lights, etc. Before the White House. And then the United States illegally occupied, cooed, like so many South Central American, Middle Eastern, African, and Asian countries. De-developed Hawaii, de-industrialized, ghettoized, and erased all of this history, including the history of Hawaiians having acceptance of gender fluidity, trans, and non-binary people. That was all also erased. So if you want to get more about that whole thing, you can go look at this thread. But where is the one that I'm looking for? I'm sorry, I should have found it first. I know that I put it up there today. Or within the here it is. Okay, so trans, non-binary, and gender fluid people were and are accepted in Hawaiian culture, also known as mahu. Mahu is not a word that translates directly into any English word, so it would be incorrect to say mahu means trans, or mahu means non-binary, or mahu means this and that. But it approximately, this like most Hawaiian words and most indigenous words, they don't really directly translate, right? Like aloha doesn't just mean hello, goodbye. It means many more things and much more complex and deep things than that. It's a part of a deep value structure embedded in the lexicon, embedded in the worldview that languages are, right? It's just like I say, when a mother tongue is completely erased, that's when a people is fully dead. But anyway, which is why I spent a lot of time trying to relearn Hawaiian. I was looking up a lot of Hawaiian words today and trying to give people some sense of it on these streams as well. This is Kumuhina, who was a very important figure in the fight on Mauna Kea, which is its own topic. The largest police and military organized event ever in Hawaii was against Native Hawaiians. 8,000 plus arrested, 6 months of struggle for over multi-billion-dollar mega projects on our sacred mountain, Mauna Kea, against the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. It was about much more than that mega project on Mauna Kea, which is about 30 miles from us, where the U.S. military is on and off dropping bombs and poisoning the land. Still has depleted uranium fired from massive tanks all over and on top of the military occupation in Pohakaloa training area. It's also preparation for World War III with China location. That's basically what that is. But anyways, on Mauna Kea, the resistance against the U.S. colonization, the resistance against the history of everything I talk about on these streams, was led in large part by gender fluid, non-binary, trans individuals. Kumuhina is trans. Kumuhina is a very venerated, important leader, and that has historically been the case, even in the mid 1800s. As we're going to explore, the third gender, or what was referred to as mahu, were very important figures, as opposed to in the Western Canadian, right, American, especially the UK, but not exclusively. But right now they have a lot of turfs there. But Western culture generally, you look at a Venn diagram of areas on the planet in red that were colonized by the UK, and places on the Earth that have like large, rampant homophobia. It's a very purple diagram, right? If it's blue for UK and then red for where it was. Has a lot of homophobia today. It's very much they spread it, right? A lot of indigenous cultures, I would argue most, don't have that. Definitely not the First Nations people of so-called Canada, the Turtle Islander indigenous people, South Central American indigenous people. Two-Spirit is like well documented, and not only that, right? And so and a lot of these figures, they were very important in the culture, right? These third gender, there's a variety of ways to describe these people, and today that continues to exist. So that's Kumuhina, who led, and also it was important, Kumuhina also led, because it's not just simply just cultural resistance, it's also economic resistance, and as there were multi-billion-dollar per year, there's a multi-billion-dollar per year vessel of highway traffic that goes from Honolulu International Airport to Waikiki, where there is literal billions, right? 12 million tourists per year, spending billions upon billions and billions of dollars. 75% of Hawaii's industry is basically tourism and military, tourism and real estate, and much of that, and knock on economics from the tourist industry, which is highly capitalistic, which is highly foreign owned by billionaires. Like, you want to give Donald Trump money, go stay at the Ritz-Carlton, as I often bring up. You want to give Goldman Sachs money, stay at the Turtle Bay Resort and play 18 holes of golf with Elon Musk up there. He has a lot of fun over there. You want to hang out with Larry Ellison? He owns all of the Lanai, $330 million he purchased it for. And so Kumuhina was very important in the resistance on Mauna Kea, right? But it was not simply about the mega project there that was mismanaged and is currently poisoning our drinking water. The various mega projects illegally put on the sacred mountain, on top of the U.S. military poisoning our drinking water, desecrating one of those most important cultural sites for Native Hawaiians in the Pacific, the summit of Mauna Kea. But it's not just that. It was also economic, because we understand that a capitalist empire like the United States, a capitalist, imperialist, genocidal, slavery-backed empire like the United States does not understand, right? The stormtroopers of the Pentagon, backed by the interests and doing the bidding of the capitalist oligarchy of Wall Street, right? The billionaire corporation and the money class generally. They don't respond to culture. They don't respond to pleas, right? Like the Canadian government, which also does the bidding of capital, a lot of it coming from the United States. They don't respond to the pleas and the cries of indigenous people. If they did, Justin Trudeau wouldn't be, for example, today refusing to cease legal action against indigenous people and indigenous families of indigenous children who were suffered or were killed. Justin Trudeau says, "I'm not going to stop attacking indigenous people," despite everybody. They don't. There is no morality It's a rule of law free, morality free, democracy free, barbarian, slavery and genocide backed massacre machine. That's what the West is. That's what America is. That's what Canada and all of its Five Eyes are. Canada doesn't respond to that. Canada responds to economics because they respond to losing some of their interests, right? What the police defend, property. America responds to losing some money in their tourism industry that is hyper-exploitative, bastardizations of our sacred dances and our prayers. That's what hula is. That's what chant is. It's not Vegas showgirlized, things for you to have Mai Tais and pina coladas and sit on a white sand beach while we work for starvation. That's not what it is. But they don't respond to asking. They respond to economic force. They respond to military force, usually with more military force, but they definitely respond to economic losses. So Kumuhina, Kumuhina led one of the first slowdowns on the highway from Honolulu International Airport to on the H1. There's only one artery, so this is a very good choke point for Hawaii. Also, the Wet'suwet'en and indigenous struggle against the pipelines in so-called Canada led a similar blockades of rail, if you remember this. Rail, the CN Rail, Vancouver, $450 billion a year comes straight through that port. Vancouver, Toronto, these are the choke points of the capital that actually runs these Western hellscapes, these patriarchal, Western, homophobic, transphobic hellscapes like the United States and Canada, for their billionaire and disproportionately white straight guy leaders and rulers, the ruling classes. They're neo-feudal oligarchies that are not dissimilar from their slave masters or from their old school feudal British, French oligarchies, going all the way back to Greece, which also had oligarchies. Anyways, and slaves. So Kumuhina, again, led the first slowdowns on the highway, and also led in a lot of the actions going through Waikiki with hundreds of thousands of people. I don't know if did I have the picture of that? It's in the let me see if I can get it up on here. Let me see. Okay. Well, it's gonna come up in a second, or maybe it's not. No, it's not. It's not because I don't know. But yeah, Kumuhina led the slowdowns. So many of them led a lot of calls to the tourism industry, the hotels, and the working classes of Hawaii. There's a lot of similarities to a place called Bolivia. If you don't know who Bolivia is, you got to figure this out, because they have a very important economic and indigenous and environmental and cultural backed actual massive movement, diverse movement towards socialism. And that's what their whole, the politics is secondary to the mass activated working class and indigenous, and many of them are they're both, right? Agricultural plus industrial unions under Evo Morales at one point, but not necessarily, not that the figurehead is not important ultimately, but it is 50+ % indigenous identified country. And Hawaii also, right, today is, I would say, majority of people that are under the age of 30, 40 would identify, I don't have the specific data on that, but it would seem that like the majority of young people identify more with Hawaii and the Hawaiian flag, Hawaiian values, Hawaiian language, Hawaiian culture in Hawaii than with America, with Western culture. My brother and sister, just as two examples, they definitely are like, we are not American. They will come out and say that we're not, and technically we are not. We're illegally occupied, as admitted by the United States, multiple presidents, right? And you can read more about it in that thread that I posted earlier. And so Hawaii has some similarities to Bolivia. Now, a difference is Hawaii is much more closer to the heart of empire, the head of the Indo-Pacific Command, basically like the other half, the second largest U.S. military command center with the highest generals, intelligence community, political, economic, and business elite headquarters is right here in, well, I can't say where, but it's in Hawaii. We have 25% of the landmass of Hawaii is literally occupied by Air Force, Marines, Army, and naval bases, from Pearl Harbor, Wheeler, Hickam, Ho'akuloa bombing facility, where they test out what they're going to do to Uyghurs on blowing up our sacred mountain, poisoning our bodies and families with radioactive material, causing massive weight loss to, for example, the Ho'akuloa protesters, Native Hawaiians, who they lost half of their body weight. got extremely sick, radiation poisoning from all the depleted uranium and bomb waste up there, and then they go blow Uyghurs up. That's what U.S. does in Afghanistan, committing actual genocide, admitted on camera by their generals in 2018. Largest bombing ever in the history of the 20-year forever war in Afghanistan was blowing up Uyghur Muslims in eastern Afghanistan. But anyways, so the resistance, this is also important for how to resist your patriarchal Canada, your patriarchal capitalist indigenous genociding Canada, your indigenous genociding Justin Trudeau, your indigenous genociding residential schools that many Canadians want to bring back. There's actually a push, like during the horrific settler colonizer. They were going after the indigenous caught lobsters, because for the first time the indigenous were asking, they were only catching a tiny fraction of 1% of what the settler colonizer white businesses were catching with their lobster fishing, and there was a huge attack against them because Canada is a racist settler colonizer indigenous genociding country, and all their white citizens participate in that to a large extent, or they just pretend it doesn't exist, ignore it. But there were white, mostly just white settler fishermen, lobster catchers, who were burning. They were like dumping poison on lobsters just to kill them, like in the traps. They were destroying indigenous traps, and they called for the return of the residential schools, those schools that were closed only in 1997. So if you were 30, if you're 38 years old now, you know, you were like 10, 12, 13 years old. You know, I was in middle school when these things closed, and Canadians were the place where the 215 children's bones were found, as the children, 3-year-old children, were murdered in the school, and they hid the bones. And one of many of these residential schools, right? There's easily thousands, if not tens of thousands, of murdered indigenous children in the schools alone. That's not to count all the other RCMP, the others. Anyways, so this slaughter of indigenous people, Canada doesn't care. The Liberals don't care. The Green Party doesn't care. The Conservatives don't care. Even if one person does care, they can't do anything, because who runs Canada, right? It's 3 oil companies in a trench coat wearing a stupid hat named Mr. Blackface Justin Trudeau carrying a gun, right? It's called the RCMP. It's called the social work system of indigenous child theft and child abuse and child murder. It's called the residential school system of child abuse and child murder and genocide, cultural genocide, and then literal genocide, just slaughtering the children. They don't care, just like the United States don't care about Hawaiians. And so, you know, that's why I brought this up like last year, in the last 2 years, while this was all happening, that watching Bolivia and what they've done, you can't replicate it because it's a different material and cultural and historical and economic reality, of course, in Canada. But unfortunately, there was a lot of blockading of the economic, the arteries of colonial capitalism and wealth extraction, right? It was important. And in Hawaii, that was part of what happened here. So I'm kind of jumping all over the place, I know. But to tie it back, Kumohida, again, led a lot of the struggle historically, not just in that action against the illegal desecration of Mauna Kea, but in the led the first highway slowdowns of H1 to take it to the next level. We're not just asking for you to stop. It was the deal was I'm just gonna get it up here. In Hawaii, it went from asking, we've asked for a long time. Voting doesn't do anything. Asking U.S. or Canadian politicians, they're just little puppets. The purpose of U.S., Canadian, and Western politicians is so that people believe that they live inside of some kind of rule by the people of the people. Like it's a fake democracy. That was designed from the very beginning by the white landed cis male aristocrats with 260 slaves, like Thomas Jesus Christ of the white man Jefferson, and his plagiarism of indigenous people. That was his document, the founding document, the piece of papyrus with a bunch of lies spewed on it, called the Constitution, that nobody ever followed. And so this idea that you're gonna write your senator, I'm not saying don't ever vote or don't ever write, but if you think that Canada, United States, Britain, whoever is on top of you, if you're an indigenous person, if you're, in the West, this is different in other parts of the world, but certainly Canada, certainly the United States, if you think that they're going to change because you politely ask, or even slightly impolitely ask, if you ask they're going to change, they're not going to change. You must force them militarily or economically. Now, in military, we can never condone anything illegal, so we should, we also you gotta know what you're facing. But economically, it is fully legal to, participate in a worker action, collective bargaining, for example. For now, and ultimately, that's the route that that's a major. That's not the only action that they took in Bolivia. That was a major action, though, to undo a fascist coup of their indigenous-led MAS socialist government. Was 85% of the country shutting down every highway, port, every restaurant, pub, every before COVID-19, every construction, every doctors, lawyers, nurses, the masses of the people, the vast majority, class conscious, anti-imperialist, anti-colonial conscious people, MAS, the majority, not all. There's a lot of white, capitalist, racist Bolivians who said we have to burn the satanic Indians out of the country. That's what ties the Bolivian aristocracy under Añez and the fascists and the neoliberals to Mr. Adrian Zenz, America's favorite and West's favorite weapon against China is Adrian Zenz calls socialism satanic, and the Añez, Elon Musk, we will coup whoever we want, American puppet government, fascist puppet government, Añez called the indigenous people satanic. That makes sense, and they said we will chase all the indigenous, these indios, out of Bolivia, out of our city, our beautiful white cities. I don't want to see any more Indians in my Starbucks. We chase all these satanic, really racist things, like, using words like, pupu kaka to describe their language, which is super racist thing. Never do that. And you see that when you have indigenous people in a stream sometimes. That happened to Joey Duende from indigenous person from Colombia in the Voss stream. Everybody was throwing all these racist crap against him, but the majority of people actually were, either indigenous themselves or in support of that, right? With their own dress, they have their language. Again, mother tongue, very important. Their language, they have their long braids, their colorful wear and hats. That's the thing. I don't fully understand it, so I don't want to say what is and who isn't in their culture, but I know that wearing hats. Joey, my friend, indigenous from Colombia, he says, many of us people from this area, we wearing these particular types of hats is very important to our culture. And that really pissed off, just seeing the hats and seeing that long hair with braided colorful beads and decorations in long hair and brown faces. I'm just in Starbucks, I remember reading a report. It was a white Bolivian who said, I'm sick. I went to Harvard to have a fancy, Harvard is an Emperor Palpatine training facility, so never go to Harvard. Richard Wolff's like, too late. I went to Harvard as a white, wealthy Bolivian, and I come back, and I'm in the coffee shop, drinking my $10 cinnamon chai Mandalorian latte, and I'm seeing this Indian with a STEM degree, this Indian with an engineering, with his disgusting brown skin and his long dreads. He's a savage. You should go back, and that's also a racist term. But it was a white Bolivian who backed the neoliberal or neo-fascist parties in Bolivia, and he was writing about how I didn't spend $70,000 of my mommy and daddy's millions of dollars of blood and colonial blood money for my expensive college. My mommy and daddy didn't spend $200,000 to send me to Harvard so I could come back and be down in the muck, have my beautiful white city infested with Indians, and I have an advanced economics degree from Harvard. I know how to run this economy much better than them. I don't see why I have to compete with an indigenous Bolivian with a Chinese and a Russian and other assisted university that they started. Indigenous people with a politics degree and an economics degree taking my job. I'm supposed to have the job, as the lead economics advisor for the presidential cabinet. I should have the job, right? Directing policy, choosing where to allocate resources, running the bank, who gets a bank loan. There shouldn't be no loans for no indigenous nationalized lithium plant. There should be no Bolivian nationalized energy grid. There should be no Bolivian nationalized healthcare system. I know better, and I'm gonna Americanize this Bolivia. And it was a whole paper. He's like seriously writing, like using all that racist terminology. I forget where it was. It was Evo Morales used it as an example. That's why I was looked into it, and I was like, oh yeah, that's how they feel. Like it is our right to run Bolivia the way America runs it, with hundreds of millions of food insecure people, 40 times more malnutrition deaths than Viet Communist Party led Vietnam, with one of the worst COVID responses in the world. Vaccine recently, but this half the country still don't want to get it, and also with one of the highest economic inequality in the world. And Bolivia should be run by Harvard graduates, the white Christian Bolivians like me, not these indigenous people. And so anyway, so it's a similar story wherever you go, and also Christendom, Christianity, and then also strict gender norms, right, taking root in the far right and even in the not so far right groups in Bolivia. And that was part of it. Añez ran. She brought a giant holy Bible. You know how Donald Trump had the Bible? The Añez administration had like a huge 3-foot tall Bible and said, "This is what governs Bolivia, not this satanic rituals of these indigenous people." Like literally throwing all of that, the most racist, anti-indigenous things you can imagine. We're gonna beat these savage Satan worshippers into the jungle. Insulting, I think Pachamama, which is an important figure in there, like just making fun of it. Like I don't even want to say, but just like making fun of their gods, making fun of their mythology, making fun of their dress, making fun of their skin color, right? And then people came out with guns, little goose-stepping Nazis, escapees from Nazi Germany, slaughtered the indigenous. And so they kicked those Elon Musk's. I want to coup whoever I want. He got on. You probably heard of this one already, right? But if you haven't, go look that one up. Elon Musk said, we will coup whoever we want. Indigenous people said, you know what? People didn't need Elon. They didn't need, having the United States support a far right party to illegally overthrow a country, kind of like what they did to Hawaii, backing a racist capitalist regime against the will of a more socialist, more egalitarian, less rigid gender roles, and more geared towards universal healthcare, more geared toward universal education, which is what Hawaiians had. That's why Hawaiians have the lowest life expectancy of any ethnic group in the United States, because they destroyed our universal healthcare system, which the sovereign country of Hawaii had. Right? Things that Americans are begging for, and Biden never going to give it to you. He said that. So it's the same story, not the same story, but it doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme here in Hawaii, in Bolivia, in Canada, in what calls itself the United States. And indigenous people have led it, a lot of this. Indigenous, gender fluid, and in Hawaii you call it mahu, have led this. And to tie it back in, so it was economic resistance on top of, it was mass resistance, it was economic resistance, it was cultural involved, but not only, and it was also international resistance. There was international support, and there was international support here. We had Palestinians on Mauna Kea, we had Samoan, we had Maori, we had people from all over the Pacific, even from Japan, all as far as Germany, even also obviously Jason Momoa, Dwayne The Rock Johnson were on Mauna Kea, etc. Where am I going with that? So these are to expand from the point of how do we deal with these patriarchal Western imperial Christianity. In the case of Canada, that's Catholic residential schools with the priests beating, killing, feeding indigenous children like drywall mixed up with water, and then feeding the other half of the class macaroni to see what would happen, right? Some children might have died just by digesting poison. Like if you eat enough glue and cement paste, you could just solidify your intestines and you just die, right? And then what do you do with the bones? You just bury it under the school somewhere, right? This is like just the most horrific things. We're normal under this system, and so to resist that, a government, this is ordered and accepted and fully approved by the Pope, by the government of Canada. To this day, a lot of this stuff is all approved by the Liberal, the Green, and the Conservative. Any individual who says otherwise, doesn't matter. right? Because the fossil fuel oligarchy who have absolutely they don't have any flinching. They don't even blink before bombing 1 million Muslim brown people over there in Iraq, Afghanistan, for all their fossil fuel and resources. That's what they want the indigenous people gone for, to a large extent, to get all of that natural gas, the coastal gas pipeline, the Trans-Canada pipeline, right? They don't blink 2 times blowing up a bunch of brown people over there. In Canada, it's just like, they don't really blink in Canada either. It's a little closer to home, so it's a little bit harder to blow them up without leaving radioactive material and craters all around your white children, right? But at the end of the day, these people are the same people, right? They're child killers. They don't care about, think of the children. Look how mean you've been. They don't care. The West do not care. They slaughter. If you work as a government official in Canada, United States, UK, anywhere, you're a child murderer. They only respond to one, and they don't even run anything. Those are custodians of the actual ruling class of the West, which you sue. The billionaire, the millionaire, the fossil, all of the military industrial complex, the prison industrial complex, the heads of the corporations. They have no scruples whatsoever. Whatever ethics was long filtered out by the rat race on Wall Street, it's all gone now. Any good person is over there doing yoga somewhere in a narco-communist commune with Puff the Magic Dragon in Hanalei. They're too busy being the black sheep of the family in Hawaii. Because they didn't have what they call the balls. They didn't have what Donald Trump's father called the killer instinct, right? To be a killer, because that's what you gotta be. So these people don't respond to you asking for justice. They don't. They can be maybe embarrassed, but then they just put it in the shadows. They're embarrassed, but because it looks bad to some of the population that has some shred of ethics in their body, but they don't care. They only respond to losing billions of dollars, which is what Kumuhina, again, not Kumuhina specifically, but Kumuhina as part of the Hawaiian movement, which had real teeth, because it had, if you trample on Hawaiian culture, there will be no Hawaiian culture for you to exploit. Your $20 billion tourist industry, potentially your $60 billion real estate industry, you put it all together, that's the majority of the industry. You might lose all of Hawaii, and then how are you going to go nuke China, right, in World War III, right, by shooting hypersonic missiles into Chinese craft? That's what the U.S. military is trying to do. That's why they in the Pacific is to make another $1 trillion for people like that they made for the Roosevelts by colonizing all of Asia, right? That's really why the Pacific is important for a handful of things, but there's really much more wealth to be made in Asia, and in particular stopping other rising powers and from becoming more socialist and from liberating themselves from Western hegemony. And that's part of why Hawaii is so strategic. I mean, that's why they put Edward Snowden, the highest levels of the U.S. empire, the intelligence community, the NSA, etc. Those secrets were not leaked from Kansas. Those secrets were not leaked from Washington. They were not leaked even from California. They were not leaked even from somewhere in New York. That was leaked from Hawaii. There's a reason why Edward Snowden came out of Hawaii. The reason why is because some of the top brass outside of the Pentagon are headquartered there. And particularly now, as the pivot to Asia that Obama started, and it's and so even more so, that's why Hawaii is very strategic. And they didn't want to risk chaos in Hawaii. If for one reason, there's the highest concentration of billionaires. You got Larry Ellison, the top 10 richest people on earth. They live here. Mark Zuckerberg, 1,300 acre ranch here. Pierre Omidyar, CEO of eBay, right? Massive multi-billionaire. He lives. They don't want to risk chaos in their nice little mansion and backyard, and all their little children are frolicking around, right? In between having a New York Wall Street a job, or if they get I didn't have the killer instinct to slaughter 1,000 African children by jacking the price of rice in Libya to $100 a grain to make the economy scream for all the Milton Friedmanites, right? Before we went and bombed everything, right? Because you're gonna kill people with finance, weapons of mass financial massacre is what you're gonna do in Wall Street. That's why I didn't do it. So all the people who don't do that, they come to the downside of Puna, and then they build literal arcs, like 400 foot wood and nail constructed crafts led by a Brazilian ex-con named Literal Jesus, and then they pretend like they're going to liberate themselves by drinking enough ayahuasca. The children of billionaire descendants of the Delano Roosevelts who made their money colonizing China and Africa. They come to Hawaii and then they screw off. And if they can't hack it on Wall, then they go back to Wall Street eventually. They go to Greenwich, Connecticut. They go to upstate New York and pretend to they cosplay indigeneity up there, like kind of like what a lot of the leftist thinkers of the United States did early on. And there's an entire video by Twin Rabbit about that. The Iroquois Nation. That's a lot of what Thomas Jefferson was, just an indigenous plagiarist. Anyways, so but Hawaiian said, no, if you want to stomp on us, there will be no culture for you. If you want to continue to desecrate our mountain, if you want to continue to ghettoize us, if you want to continue to and they said the governor of Hawaii said disgusting things on the Mauna Kea. He said this protest is not a protest. This is gross. These Hawaiians, kind of like Agnes. He said, Governor David Ige, while we were up there, he said, these Hawaiians, this is not a sacred mountain for them. There's drug paraphernalia everywhere. It's a party. They're just drinking, they're smoking, they're doing crack, they're doing meth. I see meth bottles, meth vial. There's like broken glass. It's unsanitary. There's feces. They're pissing all over their stick. The governor said this when the Hawaiians were on the mountain trying to, peacefully. I was up there. I looked for any single piece of trash. They had food. They had coffee. They had all the tea and the kalo and the poi, because Hawaiians were prepared. Big Island is much more. There's much more decolonization. There's much more wealth accumulated and power distributed throughout the Hawaiian community here on the Big Island. At least presently, I'm a dialectical. Try to think dialectically about these things, but at least at present, there is a large amount of power, and the Hawaiians we were fully prepared for this. We had all the porta potties were up there. I'm gonna show the picture. Porta potties were up on the Mauna Kea. Everything we had. I looked for trash because they didn't need anything else. I was like, "You guys need anything? Food, tents, something? Nothing." They had a checklist every day. Pu'uhonua o pu'uhuluhulu. What do you guys need? When Holly and I and Positive Synergy and the Keiki, the children went up there, and it was like, we don't need anything. We got everything. And so we'll go pick up trash then. We'll pick up some trash, Opala. We'll clean up because it's a sacred mountain and people are there. We don't want any trash. I looked multiple days for any trash. I didn't find one single piece of trash. It is the cleanest I've ever seen a location. Cleaner than a white glove, a billionaire banquet. And I've been to a couple of these. It's disgusting. I worked for 3 different billionaires in Hawaii. It's infested with the richest gold and emerald diapered ass clowns on the planet, like Elon Musk and Larry Ellison. I mean, literally Larry Ellison. Elon Musk also owns property here, and I hope he never moves here. It'll make me very sad. But even at the most well janitored event I've ever been to, with $300 a plate, $500 a plate food, I was a servant there. Or just there to take pictures of richer, whiter guys so they could run for Senate or for governor. This mountain was the cleanest I'd ever seen anything. Waikiki, cigarette butts everywhere, right? Parties all over Hawaii. White Westerners, the tourists leave trash all over the place. There was zero trash anywhere on that mountain. I hunted around. Is there a safety pin somewhere? Is there a paper clip? There's nothing. Why? Because Hawaiians were hooing together, right? Working cooperatively together to maintain the cleanliness of our sacred mountain, right? We're in ceremonial, right? We're in ceremonial presence. We're in ceremonial behavior, right? Which means no drugs, no violence, no weapons, no nothing, because that's how it was going to be. And elders were respected, unlike in the United States, where you put your grandma and grandpa in a little retirement home and forget about them because they're inconvenient for you. No, the elders, the disabled, the elderly were fed first on Mauna Kea. They were listened to and respected, not bowed to and go, oh, the despot, the king, and the tyrant, which is the way that the West likes to pinpoint and target brown socialist country. Oh, it's an authoritarian regime with this strongman dictator. No, that's because the West is full of patriarchal strongman dictators, not just Trump, but Biden as well. The father of every white family, the pastor of every white church, the priest of every white church, the priest that were slaughtering indigenous people is a authoritarian dictator and a tyrant. The husband who beats his wife, the husband who orders his wife to keep her hair long and blonde and straight and don't cut it and smile. If you don't smile, I punch you, right? Or I scream at you, or I withhold the credit card from you. The West is a patriarchal, gender rigid, sexuality rigid, Christendom, Protestant or Catholic, whichever flavor. It depends. Would you come from which side of the feuding, warring barbarians did you come from? The British ones, Protestant. The French ones, more Catholic. The Roman ones, or Holy Roman Catholic Church. That's the side my father worked for in his colonized Hawaiian brain by whiteness. Even though he was beaten. My dad had a classmate who was thrown out of a second-story window in Hawaii at the age of 12. They threw him off of a balcony. That was normal. So again, the Canadian residential schools are not exclusive. These Catholic Canadian residential schools killing children, it's not exclusive there. Hawaiians had the Hawaiian beaten out of them. My mom, she had a garden hose with a steel end, was whipped on her knuckles. The kids would break bones in these Catholic churches. But they look back at it with the Stockholm syndrome, like, oh my God, it was so great. Why don't we bring back corporal punishment? My parents have actually said this. We should bring back corporal punishment because kids are not turning out right anymore. We turned out so good. It's like, Mom, everybody is beaten, bruised, have deep PTSD. Everybody's shocked. You don't even realize what has happened to you. You're still straightening your hair because your hair is too brown and kinky. And my mom tries to whiten her hair. It's like, Mom, this is just sad. This is just sad. But I can't convince my parents that they were horribly abused, traumatized, and many of them and their fellow Hawaiians were murdered by the United States, its Catholic schools, its schools generally, its police, and it's just impoverished. Their culture was erased. Their history was erased. My parents are still in denial. Very sad. Anyways, so that's what we're resisting. This is all tied together. This is not just the culture. This is not just a telescope. This is not just a project. This is not just the military occupation. This is not just Waikiki. This is a massive, and it's not just Hawaii. This is a global resistance. The governor was very much doubling down on, well, Hawaiians are a bunch of backwards savages, N-words of the Pacific. That's literally what they would call us before. Americans would normally call it, oh, these are island N-words. Senators, presidents, middle class, poor whites in America. That's what they call us. That's why a lot of Hawaiians who went to Utah, they wrote Kalakaua. And they said, please, that was the leader of Hawaii, of the sovereign country at the time. Please give us money to return, because I'm in Utah, I'm in New England. Oh my god, these people are horrible. You know, they treat me like I'm an animal. They tell me go live in the stable. They calling me this filthy word that they call all the black people. Hawaiians had full citizenship for black African peoples. They were freed immediately upon setting foot in Hawaii in the mid 1800s when America still had full slavery. They still have slavery. It's just for-profit prison slavery. But in the formal slavery era of the United States, Hawaiians had full citizenship. Same thing for Chinese. And so, you know, and the governor was hearkening back to this rhetoric of these Hawaiians are backwards, these Hawaiians are Hawaii settler Japanese, fully Twinkie, fully whiteified, sadly. Doing what his masters say for millions of dollars. The governor literally got $3 million from this mega project from Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation. Gordon Moore, CEO, co-founder of Intel, one of the 10 richest people on the planet Earth, putting huge money behind this mega project from Silicon Valley. But it's okay, he's a Democrat, right? No, Democrats are the worst. Anyways, so he got $3 million through like shell company of a shell company. He got like $3 million worth of real estate to a cousin of his, the governor of Hawaii. That's that's one of the bribery of the capitalist class of the government officials that they caught. Just one. It's $3 million of prime real estate for the governor to go send the police and the military at Hawaiians and also say all these racist, disgusting things. But that was incompetent imperialism, incompetent colonialism. If the governor, like Trump, if the governor was more competent, he wouldn't have said such things. Because after he said that, he said Hawaiians, they don't clean up. So Hawaiians, they're using drugs. They're just partying. They don't care about this mountain. Hawaiians don't really care about, they don't really have a culture. They're all Westerners. They all have iPhones, right? If you have an iPhone and you drive a car, that means you're not Hawaiian. Never mind the fact that Hawaiians have the most advanced culture on the face of planet Earth. Being Hawaiian means being more advanced than a Westerner. That's what it actually means. Right? That was my whole point of this thread. Right? Now, a lot of people have convinced some Hawaiians that being Hawaiian means being less advanced. But no, being Hawaiian means building streets, roads, sanitation systems, and universal healthcare 120 years before the United States. It means having train tracks fully functioning without the help of any Westerner. It means having trolleys. It means having electric lights. That's what being Hawaiian means. So this idea of like, if you have electricity and phones and cars, that means you're not Hawaiian. Some Hawaiians like think, I would say not the majority, but there are some, particularly from the diseducated generation, that think Hawaiianness equates to living in a mud hut. Not that there's something wrong with living in a hut particularly. That's some West Eurocentrism, right? Not that there's something particularly wrong, but that is not what defines Hawaiianness. Is living in a grass shack and then only doing subsistence agriculture exclusively, and then only doing kalo, and that's it, right? That is a complete and abject lie. Hawaiians were an actual living Wakanda. So anyway, but this is what the governor is playing on these installed colonial stereotypes of Hawaiianness as backward, and he's saying, well, these Hawaiians on Mauna Kea, look at these Hawaiians on Mauna Kea. They're not in a kalo patch. Look, this guy has glasses. He has plastic. That's not Hawaiian. Look, he's got t-shirts that were made in a factory. America gave you that. Well, the t-shirt was made in Asia. You didn't really make that, but that's not Hawaiian. Look, you're wearing jeans. Hawaiians didn't wear jeans in 1750. Hawaiians had more advanced fabric than Americans, and anyway. But you get my point, right? But it's like, well, Hawaiianness is when you're in a little cultural zoo that our white children can come and frolic with and smoke pot and do some peyote with, and then try to get in touch with their indigenous. They could go LARP Iroquois-ness with Hawaiians like your great granddaddy did in New England, and then rip them off and then wrote the communist and anarchist manifestos. I'm not even joking about that. And then go back and have a nice career in New York or London. And that's what Hawaiianness is. It's just being in this state. No, that's not what it is. It's not what it. That is part of what it is. That's the history, right? Britishness is not like running around with a sword, not washing your ass, well, I guess they still don't wash their hands or their ass. That's why they're all dying from COVID-19. B11613. But it's not just like having a sword and a shield and running around whacking each other with that and dying at the age of 25 because you have a disgusting imperial crap hole. I mean, they still have a disgusting imperial shithole in Britain, don't get me wrong. But I mean, just running around in the knight's armor is not Britishness. Well, if you don't run around in knight armor, well, you're not British anymore. I don't know, or something like that, right? It's ridiculous. But with Hawaiians, with indigenous peoples, this is why I like to describe in China, Vietnam, and other places. Well, if you don't like, Vietnam for sure. These people, these are the people, indigenous people of Vietnam. They've lived there, their culture, their language. They eat food that they have eaten. Is it the same as what it was 1,000 years ago? Not exactly. Do they remember their song and dance from hundreds of years ago? Yes. Do they do that every day of their life? No. Do they have iPhones in Vietnam? Yes. They have better internet access than America. They have better healthcare than America. They have $4 insulin. You're all dying from your $400 insulin. Does that mean they're not Vietnam? Are they not indigenous Vietnamese anymore? Because they have electricity. Because they have, 3D printed organs. I don't know if they don't have that everywhere. But I mean, they have advanced sanitation, roboticized cleaners in hospitals, that have helped to deal with COVID-19 that they invented themselves. Does that mean they're not Vietnamese because they have robotics teachers and advanced sanitation for COVID-19 chambers because they have their own Vietnamese computer programmers? Are the computer programmers, am I not Hawaiian anymore because I'm programming video games? No. I mean, you can get banned if you want to say some bullshit. But that's the way that the West keeps you caged as an indigenous person or any person in de-development, in colonial servitude, disempowered, right? Away from economic empowerment, which is one of the most important vehicles if you want to be actually liberated outside of a handful of material circumstances in the 2020s. And so keeping you trapped in that fictional past that is not even real, right, is one important method. And that's what the governor was throwing. You're not Hawaiian because you're all fake. Nobody does these rituals. That's a lie. They still do the rituals on Mauna Kea. They observe. People go up, Hawaiians go up the mountain. We do our prayers. We've been doing those for a long time. And then we also go and then we program artificial intelligence and video games, you know. America doesn't have a culture except McDonald's and dry turkey and being racist and coughing COVID-19 bubbles all over each other's faces. America's culture is genocide. Genocide and mechanically separated pork shoulder. Pink slime. So I'm sorry that you don't have one, right? David Ige don't have one because he's deleted a lot of his own culture, it seems like, and replaced it with the settler colonial white non-culture. Or it is a culture, but it's a culture of death and genocide. And stolen land, stolen people, capitalism, greed, and patriarchy. That's the culture. So I'm sorry you don't have like an authentic culture that isn't stolen from black people. But this is our culture. This is part of our culture. This is not, Mauna Kea is not the culture, but this is part of the culture. Part of the culture and the history is what Hawaiians have done. It is hula. It is the luau, as I often bring up, which is existing socialism, feeding masses of people collectively with no profit, 1,000 people, nobody making any money, the most able feeding the most unable, the middle age, the 20 to 40-year-olds really feeding the keiki and the children and the elderly, right? That's a Hawaiian culture. That's part of Hawaiian culture. There is American culture. American culture is the poor starving. American culture is stealing indigenous ways and then pretending that they're yours. American culture is taking black music and then turning it into your own and making tons of money and then not giving credit to the black people that you stole from, like the blues and gospel. That's too bad. Very sad, right? I'm very sorry if that's who your ancestors were, but you also have to go like, that's who my ancestors were, and you have to figure out how what you can do to deal with that and decolonize and help land back for your own self, and like not every ancestor is perfect, like there's problems in everybody's history, but there's a disproportionate amount of problems if you are white and you are in America, Canada, or particularly one of these settler colonial places. It's just reality, and I'm very sorry. But anyways, so on Mauna Kea, I'm like way off of the topic right now. But the governor said you are not. You don't care about Mauna Kea. You don't care about the sacredness of this mountain. You are in here for nothing, right? And you're filthy. You're complete lies. Just total lies. Just total lies. Well, this is not really what it is. There was no trash. There was no drugs. There were no alcohol. If there was some people bring it up, but it was people coming from the mainland or people coming from the US. Some Instagram, I want to take a picture. Like a lot of the people who you thought were your leftist comrades, and then they were like, not really. They were just kind of there for the Instagram. There are clout chasing social capitalists who haven't done the work in their heads, right? And they tried to come up and try to co-opt it. There were people to try to do that. Not very many, but they had their asses kicked off of the mountain. Why? Because this was a serious action, and the Hawaiians had a deep and strong solidarity on the mountain, and they were COINTEL attempts. They were the police trying to spread rumors and lies between the groups. All the stuff that they do to destroy leftist groups in the West, and particularly in their own imperial metropole, and it works all the time. Stuff they tried against the Black Panthers. We had somebody who worked with the Black Panthers and with Martin Luther King was on the mountain. We actually took a law class from Law Dog. Holly knows what I'm talking about. Can't remember his name off the top of my head. But he was somebody who had worked with at the Pu'uhulu University, where you got free classes on Mauna Kea at the time. There's free healthcare, there's free classes, there's free clothing. Everything is free on the mountain because that's Hawaiian culture. Providing from each according to your ability to each according to your need under the current material circumstances of siege from imperialism. But on the mountain, everything was free healthcare. So people on the mountain were like, oh my God, I'm getting better health. There are like literal registered nurses, doctors, surgeons, ER teams were on the mountain giving free healthcare. So you could get better healthcare there than you could get in America, and cheaper. You're not paying $70,000 when you get COVID, or dying from your own cancer, so you don't go bankrupt. I mean, literally, there's free healthcare on the mountain from trained doctors and nurses, right? They needed that because why? Because there were a lot of elderly people, there were a lot of sick people, and people needed. Well, just people need healthcare. People get healthcare. There's a cooperative clinic here on the Big Island that you pay whatever you can and you pay what you have, and they don't charge you through the nose if you don't have money. Now, if you have a lot of money, then they're gonna be like, well, you should give some money because you're a rich white landowner, tourist hotel owner, probably from another island. You should pay something. But if you don't have any money, if you can show that they don't, it's a sliding scale, similar to Vietnam, actually. And so that's how the Hawaiians did that on the mountain. And so this whole claim was like it's a mess. People are getting hurt. There's parties, and after that racist attack on Hawaiians was what triggered the huge uprising of. There were first hundreds, and then it went to thousands, and then 10,000 at one point on the mountain because of the racism that the governor and the lies and the disrespect that the governor had for Hawaiian culture, and he triggered a much bigger explosion of rage. Well-deserved and centuries-long harbored rage came out in this action, and it went to a whole nother level. And they didn't have enough police and military in America to stop Hawaiians. And anyway, so they did this mass arrest of police and military, July 17, 2019. And we were up there not on the first day, but Holly and we went up there. It was a 6-month thing, and so we went up there on the days that we could get up there and tried to spread the word about it on the days when we can't get up there. October 5th, 2019, more than 10,000 marched in Waikiki in support of Mauna Kea. Slow down. There was multi-hundred thousand, so by the end it was like 20% of Hawaii were out there in the streets. Who was pro the colonizer? There was like 60 compared to hundreds of thousands. 60 was the most they ever could get together. But we had tens of thousands, and then if you add up all the islands together, hundreds of thousands. Hotels and tour operations, walkouts, trample Hawaiians, no Hawaiian culture for you. This is Waikiki. And again, this is where the richest billionaires. You want to see Harrison Ford walk down this beach? You want to see Miley Cyrus? You want to see pick your celebrity? You can see them. You want to see Lady Gaga? Walk down that beach right there. You want to run into Elon Musk accidentally? You can walk down that beach, or maybe go to Larry Ellison's private island. And this was hugely disruptive for the tourism business, which is the #1 business in Hawaii. It was hugely, people were they were in their face, like what's happening here? Well, if the governor of Hawaii, if the state of Hawaii wants to illegally, against the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People under the international law, hey, Blinken and Biden, talking to the Chinese in Alaska, I thought you were a rules-based order. If you follow international law, you should not be building this project because you do not have the prior informed and free consent of the indigenous Native Hawaiian people, which you are supposed to have, according to your so-called rules-based order. Now, of course, there is no rules-based order, right? It's a gangster, multi-trillion-dollar planetary Death Star murder, crime, economic pillaging, economic hitman-based order. There's no rule-based order. It's a joke. Or if there is one, it's not centered in the West. That's for damn sure. And America, not its Five Eyes friends. That is for damn sure. And so, but it's like, well, if you want to do that, this is why I said it's forced. Well, we're gonna disrupt, and potentially nobody's gonna be coming back to Hawaii because, oh my God, I couldn't go to my luau because, well, the people were reporting like I couldn't get to my luau. I couldn't get to my $300 luau where Hawaiians are spinning fire, doing fake versions of their dances, doing Tahitian dances that's not even Hawaiian dances. I couldn't get to my fake luau, not the real Hawaiian culture. A capitalist American-owned luau is a total perversion of the lived socialism of feeding, entertainment, and working together with when a luau happens, nobody makes any profit, right? When a luau happens in the Hilton Hawaiian Village, some rich white friend of Nancy Pelosi makes the $10,000 or $100,000 or millions of dollars a year selling the luau. That's not a luau. That's eating some undercooked leaves and expired kulua pig in a cup, gussied up with starvation wage Hawaiians dancing and then getting sexually assaulted in the hotel in the high third count sheets after that. That's not a luau. You cannot have Hawaiian culture in Waikiki. You can't have it in any Polynesian culture center owned by rich white Mormon capitalists. You cannot have Hawaiian culture in the tourism industrial complex. Doesn't exist. It's destroyed. You can have it's like that's like going to Taco Bell and you think you know what Mexican culture is. That's not even really close, right? It's like that's like looking at a picture, you know. That's like looking at a picture of a Xerox copy of Bugs Bunny dressed up with a feather headdress and thinking you know what it is to be a Sioux person or an indigenous tribe of Turtle Island because you looked at a picture of Bugs Bunny. You don't know what the fuck it is. You know less about Hawaiian culture when you go to Waikiki. You should have stayed home, which you should. Don't spread COVID here, right? Also, stop displacing Hawaiians. It's $950,000 a year for a 2-bedroom house. It's the most unlivable place in the United States, the illegal United States, in Hawaii. Worse than Manhattan, worse than San Francisco. If you add Hawaii's in the top 3 or 4 most expensive places to live on Earth, Oahu in particular, and it's in under the top 50 in terms of pay. So, but they don't respond to asks. So this is a message to all my indigenous friends in so-called Canada. They will not respond to you asking for them to stop genociding them. I'm not saying don't stop calling them out. You should definitely keep calling them out and rally more support to the cause and spread the truth about all their bullshit that Canada is just they're nice little sorry saying maple syrup drinkers and they just like to hang out with their moose and oh yeah, we're gonna have a beer. You know, no, they're not. They just speak in very seemingly harmless, high-pitched voices that Ryan Gosling ditched when he was like 10 years old because, you know, he just seemed so harmless that he was getting bullied and he took on a more New Yorker accent, specifically because he thought he sounded too Canadian. But that helps you because it seems like, oh, Canadians are so nice and innocent. No, they're not. Absolutely not. They are champions of genocide. They're champions of pointing sniper rifles at the face of indigenous people illegally on their land. Not unlike Hawaiians, having illegal occupying police pointing guns at them, shooting them also, not just pointing at them, shooting them 6 times more per capita than white people by the illegal occupying United States Police Department, HPD. The biggest differential, Pacific Islander and Native Hawaiians are shot 6 times more per capita. The difference between the murder of Hawaiians and white people is twice as great as the difference between the murder of black people and white people in the continent United States. All the United States is legal. But anyway, so anyway, this is why this happened. The state government gave an ultimatum saying you leave or face total mass arrest on Mauna Kea on the December 26th. Okay, 6 months later. Okay, this is July. July started. 6 months of blockading this illegal project. 6 months of shutting down highways, shutting down tourist resorts. The hotels were shutting down. These cultural centers shutting down, right? And then it was growing, and the state was hemorrhaging cash, failing to get Hawaiians out. There were cops crawling the mountain when we were up there, but every cop on that mountain was overtime, and they're not cheap, right? They were just hemorrhaging cash, spending this money on these cops sitting on a mountain. And the cops are getting irritated too because they're like, why am I sitting on this mountain? I want to go home and I want to be up here, freezing on this mountain. Not that HPD is not full of disgusting people, but they're also like, it was becoming more and more untenable, and crime was spiking in Waikiki. So rich, Nancy Pelosi's, niece, or Elon Musk's stepdaughter, the one Grimes minus 2 girlfriends, was like, hey, how come I got my purse stolen in Waikiki? The part of it is because the cops do protect the property of wealthy tourists, so they make sure they come back and spend another $10,000 the next year. So the only time I've seen a cop run and catch somebody stealing something was when a Pacific Islander or some poor person, nabbed a purse somewhere in Waikiki. Then they'll chase after that because they want to make sure that the rich tourist writes a good review on Yelp from Japan, wherever, or from New York. They want to make sure they come back. So that's the one time I've ever seen a cop attempt to stop someone from stealing. Usually the cops are stealing people's stuff. Cops burglar more than any group in the United States. If you add up all this citizens stealing combined, the cops steal more total valuables in billions of dollars. But and so because all the cops that are supposed to protect the property of protect the iPhones of rich people, protect the Prada bags, protect the Miu Miu store bag. If somebody got a Miu Miu bag, you don't need it, If you got a freaking $10,000 Armani suit or $10,000 Louis Vuitton, you don't need no, which you got from your State Department money to go be overthrow some Eastern Europe, or back the NED in Eastern Europe, as we show on Daniel Dumbro's video. If you have a Gucci bag, you are not begging for money. So these people don't, it's not like, it's kind of like when they say, like, if you saw somebody shoplifting a pint of milk in the Safeway, maybe you didn't see that thing. You could never condone anything illegal. That'd be a violation of the term of service. But people if you have a very expensive bag, you're not needing money. But that's where the cops, they need the police to defend the wealthy and to defend the very expensive stores down there in Waikiki, Ala Moana. You're going to have your $10,000, emu egg omelet with a, Iron Chef Japan, literally cooked right there. Black squid ink, pasta with like a Tyrannosaur egg Benedict on top of that. I'm trying to think of the most expensive thing I can possibly think of. That's what they eat there. Maybe not the Tyrannosaur egg. I might be waiting for Jurassic Park to come through on that one. Anyways, but no, they have a very expensive. I could never afford it. I have some former classmates who go to these expensive restaurants and they take pictures of they Instagram all their fucking food. Those people need the police to protect them, the rich, their fancy purses, their fancy cars, the 25 Teslas that they have, their helicopter, their chauffeurs, gold-plated helicopter gloves that they drive the helicopters with, so they can skip the disgusting 2-hour traffic to Mililani. The one collapsing thoroughfare. The roads are terrible. Anyway, so that disruption, right, was depleting their coffers, and the police, they didn't have enough cops to stop the Hawaiians, and so ultimately the governor pulled the people off, and they had to cancel co-founder of Intel, Gordon Moore, and Betty Moore's Intel Moore Foundation, war criminal in chief at the time, President Barack Obama, a war criminal, like every U.S. president, Homeland Security Officer Gianna Napolitano, who oversaw the University of California system and the 30 universities that backed this mega project. So the university system is part of imperialism and colonialism. There are hedge funds masquerading as places of learning nowadays, with 50% food insecure college professors that are permanent adjuncts. But they're also back this illegal project. 30 Canadian universities. Justin Trudeau himself backed this project. Japan and India as well, as the little Asia puppets of the West to a large degree, that are all ringing the United States' #1 enemy at the present. So, but all of these places, it was a multi-billion-dollar project, right? That were backing this international corporate project. This is a corporate project with university backing, right? Universities and corporations becoming indistinguishable nowadays. It's like like Harvard is the Emperor Palpatine training facility, and universities are mega corporation training facilities. Let's pump out more drones that are good at looking the other way when we're gonna kill indigenous people, take resources. That's what you're gonna do when you go work at Goldman Sachs or Lockheed Martin, is look the other way while we go blow up a bunch of people, in whatever country, take all the resources. So all of that together was defeated. Billions of dollars, international capital, was defeated by something that was led, again, to bring it back to where Pride Month is that it was a gender fluid, trans, Native Hawaiian person, and not just one, many of them, but Kumuhina in particular did a lot of important leadership there. There's a lot of we don't again, it's like Evo Morales and the Bolivians. Like you don't have one person in charge. That's not a movement. That's not power. That's a fan club. That's like Voltaire and Marx and Kropotkin and a bunch of Euro and American LARPers, cosplaying indigeneity, pretending to have a commune, and then when the white guy who has his little personal fan club decides that it's time to move on, then it falls apart, and all the little fans and the fangirls all fall away. There's no revolutionary, there's no real solidarity there. There's no solid, nobody's in it to win it in that. And why would they? When you're when you're a very privileged white colonist from Europe, right, pretending to writing about what indigenous people are doing, collectively in an egalitarian, non-hierarchical way, right? And then having fun arguing. Marx and Kropotkin and Bakunin, Marx wrote about he had this amazing time. Just I had a delightful afternoons, entire afternoons, and going into the evening, just bickering back and forth and elucidating our arguments and counter arguments, and then we got bored. This is not a game for Native Hawaiians. This is not a game for the indigenous people of so-called Canada, or so-called United States. This is not a game for the Black and Black Lives Matter. This is not a game for the Bolivian people. It wasn't a game, and it's still not a game for the Vietnamese. It's not a game for other Asian peoples, African peoples, Latin American peoples. It is a game for some people with too many degrees, and they're still fucking around in the book club, not examining their whiteness, not examining their patriarchy, not examining their rigid ideas of gender that are part of these vectors of oppression that they benefit from. They're not examining those things. They make a lot of money, $10,000 on Patreon, on Twitch, just enabling very problematic descendants of Euro-American fan clubs of actual existing indigenous systems. But that's how you. So does that mean? Well, Silver Spook, I'm just a middle-class white guy. How am I supposed to? Well, I mean, you may have to do some more work. You may have to do a little bit more work and examine. Maybe you don't lead anything. Maybe you're not gonna lead. Maybe your job is to, like I said, in the Yellow Peril, Red Scare, the job of the upper middle class Western colonizer and a lot of the even not upper middle class is to lose. The job is to lose. If the stormtroopers just put on their guns, then you just quit the military, quit the police, quit the corporation that you have. Never go back to work for the corporation, as I said earlier. That's what you can do for us. If every single American of the 1.6 million U.S. military, and there's all but shadow operatives, I know, but if 1.6 million plus the extra couple 100,000 of these shadow operatives all quit the U.S. military, what are they going to occupy us with? That's what you can do. Get all your friends and family to do that too. And if you're not ready to do that, then you have more work to do because you don't have an education yet. Or just say, I like having $200,000 a year worth of shit and LARPing Grand Theft Auto reskin with 80s retro future indigenous urbanness in Cyberpunk 2077, or fucking around in my Star Trek book club, cosplaying Star Trek, and I just like having a lot of money and air conditioning and going on fancy trips and having mansions and having Harvard economics degrees and talking theoretical, irrelevant to reality, Marxism versus anarchism or liberal versus conservative or Biden and AOC or Biden versus Trump or whatever the fuck you want to masturbate to in the Death Star, and that's gonna be, then there's one more person we gotta fight. Anyways, what it's up. That was a lot of talking, not about LGBTQ+, but it is important because this entire thing I was talking about is ultimately a resistance to patriarchy. It is a resistance to, which is inherently very much a Western thing, very much an American, very much a European, very much a Christian and a Catholic and a Christendom thing. Very much a lot of why there was a TikTok that was recently put out about how it was patriarchy and a hierarchical patriarchal structure. I lost the link to it, but why the residential schools under a Catholic patriarchal structure, the Catholics and the ambassadors of the Catholic Empire, France and Rome, they were getting these notes back from. They said, "Well, actually, we have a lot of people here that they don't have patriarchy. They don't have these hierarchies that we have, like we have in Europe, Catholic or Protestant or otherwise." And so the Catholic Church said, "Well, we have to undo that, right?" So that's why you see a lot of those images, right? Residential schools in Canada. With the Catholic priests, those are one of these horrific whippings. The Catholic bishops in Canada are still, I am sorrowful. Some non-apology. They're not even close to their what they've done in these. Yeah, here, right? And the very patriarchal, hierarchical Catholic and Catholic Church, which was not okay with not with queerness. They were not okay with the gender fluidity. They were not okay with the long hair. They were not okay with anything about indigenous culture. They're not okay with the egalitarianness, the economic egalitarianness, the gender fluidity. They were not okay with any of that. And then you have the RCMP there, you have the cops, and you have the Catholic priests working together to destroy indigeneity. And that's in Canada, not the United States. They had their own methods of doing this as well. Of course, they just slaughtered a lot of people. I mean, that's a whole long can of worms. But I think that it is directly a. And if you don't know this, I know most people in my stream, you probably know this. If you don't know this, you need to go read that history. Particularly if you live in so-called Canada, you need to know that history. If you live under a rock, or maybe just even the mainstream media has been talking about this, about this horror, the 215 children discovered, the bones of 215 children discovered in a Canadian residential school of Indigenous children, killed at that school by the school. Mass grave, you need to learn that. Okay, anyways, where the hell is my freaking thread? I lost it. Okay, so back to the LGBTQ plus and Mahu. I didn't even talk about Mahu, but I'm gonna go to the Mahu right now. Here, I think it's right here. Yeah, here. Yeah, here we go. So Mahu. So what is Mahu? Is Mahu resistance, challenging colonial structure, power, and gender. Again, this is written by Adam Calve Manolo Camp, who is a Native Hawaiian and Filipino historian and very important educator. I've learned a lot over the last year and more from Adam. A lot of stuff that's in that very important thread that a lot of people have been sharing comes from Adam. Stuff that Adam is going through hundreds of, as I said, Hawaiians were the most literate people on earth. I mean, they read more, they were bilingual, trilingual. They read in Hawaiian, in English, and usually a third language or more. Quadrilingual. Higher literacy rate than Britain, Scotland, America. Right? It was literally like Wakanda. Right? In a lot of ways. More technologically advanced. And so Adam is going through hundreds of thousands of articles in a very short period of time. In a country with only a million people. Hundreds of thousands of articles, because they wrote so much and they read so much, to take them out of now much of what Hawaiians wrote was burned. Why? As the territorial government of Hawaii wrote, we must, now that we have illegally stolen this country, we must to erase, we must obliterate history. So they literally burned a lot of Hawaiian books, newspapers. They destroyed it, they hid it, they made it very inaccessible. They made sure Hawaiians had the worst education, because if they ever learned, right? If anybody ever learned, this is why you fucked up big time when you let Silver Spoon get access to Adam, right? Because now I'm gonna put all y'all, you should have, if these colonizers are smart, they would have incinerated every last article, But now that we know this, so now Silver Spoon is here, along with many other people, to put the United States on blast for attempting to crush a country that had universal healthcare, black and Asian full citizens in 1840s, more technological advancement, and full actual existing electoral democracy or elections and actual representation, unlike the United States in the early 1800s, when America still had slavery, Europe still had there was zero anywhere in the West, anything even close. The democracy of the United States was and is a total joke. And Hawaiians were very light years ahead of these people. And so now it's time to put you all on blast, because you are fake civilizations. Somebody posted, they said, wow, the more I read, I think it was Joshua Potash, the more I read about the history of colonization and what these people have done in America, I'm starting to think that the Europeans were actually the barbarians all along. And I was like, if you're non-white, you probably already knew that, right? good chance that you did. You're not from the West. You probably already knew that. But I mean, I'm glad. I don't know who that. But you know, I mean, people who are by, for, and of the who are born unto the power structure. If you're figuring it out, better, you know, better late than never. You know, you gotta figure this shit out. I mean, that's one person who's like realizing, holy shit, I'm the bad guys. Holy crap, I'm actually the stormtrooper. You mean I'm not Luke Skywalker? I'm Darth Vader, you know? And like not like in a metaphorical way where he turns good at the end. I mean like the actual one that never was good. You know, or like an actual like I'm like, holy crap, you mean I'm actually Emperor Palpatine? I'm not Han Solo? You gotta figure this shit out, you know, and it's not gonna be fun. You know, it's not fun to figure it out, but you gotta figure this thing out. Anyway, have a good night, Della. Thanks for hopping in there. I'm not reading a lot of the chat. What's up, Real John Doe? Anyways, so the term Mahu is familiar to anyone who grew up in Hawaii. When I was in elementary school, so I'm totally not talking about what I'm supposed to talk about, but the term Mahu is familiar to anyone who grew up in Hawaii. When I was in elementary school, not me, this is Adam, asking my older brother what a Mahu was, he responded, "Dakain, you know when you see one." A Mahu would be defined, or could be defined in various ways, including a person of a third gender, a non-binary, queer, a person that is neither heterosexual nor cisgender, a homosexual, a transgender, a person who is gender transcendent, like the Bisu of Indonesia, and or a person that feels between male and female. It also holds the same meaning and tradition in Tahiti and other places within Polynesia. In other words, being Mahu means to move between multiple spaces and does not necessarily fit into one single English language definition. It's also a category and tradition that is deeply tied to the existence of Hawaiian culture and ideas of sovereignty, because Mahu themselves are in many ways the living ho'okupu, or offerings of a culture that has kept resisting. Shit, I just lost it. The act of calling oneself a Mahu is an act of decolonization. By extension, I think Adam brought up, by extension at one point, if you are homophobic, if you're an indigenous person and you're homophobic, that's the success of that's a successful colonization. If you are transphobic and you're Native Hawaiian, that's a successful colonization. It is a refusal for our stories and our lives as Mahu to be erased by the same forces that ultimately stole the Hawaii. The time of Kaumi, the Mo'olelo story of Kaumi. I'm gonna put the glasses on because I can help you read a little bit. The Mo'olelo, or story of Kaumi Moe, presents a story with the themes familiar with many modern Mahu. Kaumi Moe was the son of a Hawaiian mother and a Tahitian father. Kaumi excelled in the ancient Hawaiian healing arts and in hula, but was deeply Christian and was educated in Western ways. His English teacher was in fact Reverend Hiram Bingham, pastor of Kauai Hau Church. Soon his knowledge of healing attracted the attention of members of the royal court. It also helped that he was pleasing to the eye and had a good sense of humor. King Kamehameha III took notice of him and made Kaumi his aikane, his lover. They both were in their 20s. This angered a great deal of people, particularly the missionaries and other churchy Hawaiians. King Kamehameha III was forced to confess the nature of his relationship to a church congregation, a practice among some Calvinists, where he was then sentenced by Ka'ahumanu to build a stone wall for the missionaries. Kaumi, who grew up in the household of Ka'ahumanu, was kicked out from the church because he refused to denounce who he was. After Kamehameha III completed the wall with his hands, he and Kaumi continued their relationship. By this time, Kaumi, I should also add that in the time of the 1800s, these were elected. So the word is kind of not correct when they say when it's king. Part of the reason why it was king, part of the reason why there was a Union Jack in the Hawaiian flag, is not because Hawaiians, you know what? I just really like Union Jacks. I like the British flag, and I'm gonna stick a Union Jack in our flag. It's because in order to gain, I had a Swiss professor who was a Swiss consul, a diplomat for the Swiss, and he said the Hawaiians are some of the greatest diplomats in the world, if not the greatest. And he said part of the deal was if you were a non-white country, you had to go through extra hoops to justify your quote-unquote civilizedness. This was in a time when what was constituted civilized, right? The word progressive comes from progression from savage, right? These indigenous cultures to justify colonialism across the planet. Savage, barbarism, feudalism, in this progression, right? This quote unquote societal evolution. And so to prove as a brown, non-white, non-Western people, that you were deserving of a nationhood and not just another bunch of animals to be killed, caged, and your land stolen and settler houses and resources extracted from it. Hawaiians had to go through extra hoops to really show that they really have to be like, not the same, but it's not unlike, like Donald Trump said, the reason why I chose a woman to help me build Trump Tower is because a woman had to work 3 times as hard as any man, because in a man's patriarchal world, a lot of the men were saying that I'm a mediocre guy, because the women had to prove that they deserved to be in the workplace, that they could hold, quote unquote, hold their own. Not that white men do a lot of work generally, but so Hawaiian, so that's why he chose a woman, because she would be extra good at architecture, at planning, and realizing his towers. And so the Hawaiians, because they didn't have hereditary personhood, hereditary civilizedness, right? They had to try anyway. So that's why king. Anyway, this is kind of a lot. So by having kings, queens, princes, flags, 21 gun salutes, marches, palaces. This was about having the theater of civilization. Despite the king was elected, there actually were heads who committed crimes against their people, and they were actually executed. Not unlike how certain countries actually executed billionaires and the rich. In Asia in particular, I'm thinking of a couple. But anyways, so these are not feudal in the way of the Western world. This is about gaining parity to not become fully colonized and to remain allegiant to Britain rather than a colony of Britain with a governor general. But anyways, by this time, Kaomi began to serve as a subversive symbol to Hawaiians of the incompatibility of Hawaiian culture and the imposed Calvinist value system. Kamehameha III declared Kaomi to be his mo'i kui, or joint ruler. In effect, his consort and equal. Kaomi's separation from the Calvinist church became more permanent when he tried to revive the Hawaiian religion through a group called the Hulu Manu. Although the Hulu Manu were a native religion revivalist movement, it was syncretic as it was panentheistic in nature and had adopted Christian elements. Kaomi's movement seemed to have also had an equalitarian underpinnings in their treatment of respecting not on the basis of their gender or kulana, class or station, but of only their character and relationship to the akua, normally translated as a god. This upended the ideology of not just the Calvinists. So again, a lot of this is already post-colonization, and a lot of things are being converted, right? This is part of the struggle of Christian colonial feudal structures and capitalist hierarchical structures were, coming in and they were penetrating. Hawaiians had to try to deal with this in a way that they could manage it without fully being colonized. And, a lot of people just were fully colonized and destroyed, right? And a lot of the late 1700s into the early 1800s was building, right? It was about building the literacy power, education power, economic power, and diplomatic power, right? In order to try to resist this process. And so, but along the process, you have a lot of people that are working. The Hawaiians had to convert. They actually said the Kahu Manu, she wanted specifically British missionaries, but they sent the Calvinists because she knew. And actually, there's a long story where actually she never really, a lot of people think she never really fully believed in Christianity. She just said, I knew that in order to successfully fend off these British, French, and other colonizers, right? The Catholic Church forced at a barrel of a gun a Catholic Church into Hawaii. They said, you will have a Catholic Church, and if you don't, they had a gunboat, French, armed ship with soldiers aimed at Hawaii. They said, and because a lot of the Protestants, there were Protestant churches, but they said you're gonna build a Catholic church, or else, right? So this was the threat of violence, the threat of full colonization. They had heard of what had happened in the extermination of so many indigenous peoples in America. They had what was ongoing exterminations. What was happening in New Zealand, there was full colonization for a period, and then there was the Treaty of Waitangi, of course, at one point. But they did have Governor General there, Samoa. Each different, but Hawaii was like they had to. Until Kahumanu was like, well, we'll bring in the Christian. We want the British one because we know these are the greatest. These are like the biggest in these imperial structures. So they knew they had to become aligned with that one, which is part of why they put the Union Jack Union Jack exists in the Hawaiian flag. There was another Hawaiian flag, right? Which is green, red, yellow. Sometimes it's called the Kanaka Maoli flag. The reason why they didn't use specifically there was an option to use that one, but they didn't use that one because of the potential backlash and the anger and the possibility. This is the thing, is when you're a country of like 1 million people and you have multi-million massive armadas of these huge empires around you, right? I think as Kishore Mahbubani once said, he's like, when you're a small country, he's from a country that's between two massive empires today. We don't have the luxury of operating in the world as we wish it were. We have to operate in the world as it is. We cannot manifest and make the reality. America for a long time has done that. Britain for a long time did that. Just made reality whatever it wanted it. And so it was really about not angering them enough, because if Britain wanted to, they could just slaughter everyone, of course. The French as well. So part of the game was playing the British against the French. That was part of the whole deal. Kamehameha was drawn in a picture at one point with a French sailor's jacket, I believe. There's 4 different empires. There's a French sailor's jacket, a British flag behind, like Russian hat or something like this. And I think there was another Spanish article, like a Spanish sword. I can't remember each one, but he has 4 different Western nations, or Europeans, countries, insignia, flags, and paraphernalia in the picture. Why? Because he knew that if Hawaii was to face off any one individual of these, they would be fully colonized. So it was all about playing diplomacy, playing these against each other. If the France took Hawaii, it was, and there was times in which Hawaii was claimed by Britain. That's why Thomas Square is named Thomas Square, is because there was a period in which, for month to months, Hawaii was one of the British officers, sailing officers, fully claimed to just said this is now territory of Britain, and that's where the Hawaiian motto comes from. Ua Mauna Kea o Kana I Kapono is when Admiral Thomas of the Royal British Navy, the word got back. The Hawaiian diplomats had to go all the way back to Britain. They said, Admiral Thomas, this is unacceptable, but it's not just like this is unacceptable, because as a brown non-white nation, you can't just go this is unacceptable. The diplomats had to outsmart the Westerners and argue, well, this is also terrible for you, because if this happens, this means that this could trigger war with France. This could cause ruckus in this area where you're in the Atlantic, in Japan. They had to keep this huge argument with and discussions to talk the British royalty, the French royalty, and all their senior staff. This is like out-CIAing the CIA. It's basically what the Hawaiians had to do. And even harder than the Swiss, even harder than a lot of these other places, because this is in the 1800s, the height of the colonial era, when brown non-white people, it is the height of fashion. Phrenology is as cool as much more cool than even Jordan Peterson was, and race realism and neurodivergence. It's as in vogue as hating China in the United States or in the West right now. Is phrenology, is these anthropological studies that show the brown savage people as work. So you have to be extra smart as a brown country, in indigenous people, to convince these extremely racist, extremely colonialist, Western exceptionalist empires to not take you over. So that's really why they had to be the best diplomats in the world, right? It's part of, well, it's either that or you're gone, right? Anyways, so that's a long story, but this upended the ideology of not just Calvinists who believed in hierarchies in the form. This is upended the ideology of not just the Calvinists who believed in hierarchies in the form of believers and the elect, but also of the power of the converted chiefs. It should be noted that this was one of the most serious and most movements to revive Hawaiian religion since the Battle of Kuamo'o in 1819, and it was being led by a Mahu. So again, this is about one of the pushbacks against the colonial process was led by Mahu. which is again that's queer, non-straight, non-binary, trans, or some confluence of these things. So it's a non-cis hetero person, right? Was leading the anti-colonial efforts, right? So this again, the historic, not just Kumuhina. Kumuhina has a long history of these queer indigenous people leading anti-colonial, anti-capitalist, anti-racist, and reclaiming the culture for the people. And so, so this is like a heritage that is very important for Hawaiian, and it's very important for a lot of people to know that not every culture demonized, looked down upon, crushed, killed, criminalized, as the United States is currently trying to do, right? Passing these terrible laws. Florida just passing that terrible law, targeting and trotting on the rights of trans people. So indigenous peoples actually not only respected these people, but they also venerated and were led in important struggles by queer, trans, non-binary, gender fluid people. Bingham repeatedly wrote of his disdain for his former student, Kaumi, and of Kanaka Maoli, Native Hawaiians who practiced their culture in his diaries, sermons, published works, as well as in his correspondences to the American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Mission, on the state of the Sandwich Islands mission. Again, so Hawaii is claimed by the Earl of Sandwich. ABCFM eventually recognized that Bingham directly and repeated, just to get that undone, right? Think of how much effort Hawaiians would have to put in to get that Sandwich Isles title undone. What is even Aotearoa? What is it? It's New Zealand, right? You have a lot of places, right? All of America is under the Western recognition is still the United States of America. It's not. It's Algonquin territory. You have Blackfoot territory. You have Lakota, right? But it's all now. It's the United. Well, to the Westerners, it's the United States of America. Canada is Canada, right? Hawaii was the Sandwich Isles, and the Hawaiians had to fight. It's not like they just said, "Oh, well, I feel like removing my European name from your country." No, the Hawaiians had to prove that they were worthy. Well, I don't know the whole process, but to get a place undone it was part of playing all of this diplomat. You have to be smarter than the Europeans, and play them to even have Hawaiians survive as a sovereign country, to trick these racists into seeing how their own false version of what civilization is in Hawaiians. For Hawaiians to play we're all Christian now, but really not. They're all practicing their own indigenous religion behind the scenes, but they're playing theater Christian for the Westerners, right? This whole time. That's why they hated Kahumanu. They hated her because she was a woman, and the Christians were a hyper-patriarchal culture, like we're already going over. And she was a powerful woman who didn't listen to what every man said. That's his, and also she went to these churches and played, sang the Christian songs. Oh Lord, give us Africa, for we pillage, rape, and steal. Oh, I don't know what they say in those churches, but that's what they do. And so she sang those songs, but then also it was like practicing the culture quietly. So the Hawaiians had to outsmart these people, these Westerners. Some people might say, well, that's not that hard, but I mean, they had some trickier folks up their sleeve. They spent all their time figuring out how to lie, cheat, and steal, as Mike Pompeo elucidates, and historically they've always done. But the Bingham's credo, that one cannot be Christian while being Hawaiian, or his vocal condemnation of Mahu Laikami from the bully pulpit has had a lasting legacy. After a year of Kaumi, Kauai Governor Kaiko Ewa, a devout Christian, ordered his servant to assassinate Kaumi. According to noted 19th century historian Samuel Kamakau in Ruling Chiefs of Hawaii, the plan was to kidnap and club Kaumi slowly to death. His brutal death was supposed to become a symbol of a new Christianized and civilized Hawaii. So again, slaughtering queer people as a symbol of civilization. a symbol of Christianity. Does that remind you? I mean, that's a lot of places, right? That's what they do today, right? They had there's a particular slur, right, that came from making massive public. There's an anti-queer slur that came from making massive public example of not conforming to a horrid Western definitions of and rigid definitions of what kind of sex and what kind of relationships you could have. You might remember this one. I think it has a star in it in Disco Elysium. But anyways, they had already kidnapped Kaumia and was in the process of beating him when then Prime Minister and half-sister to the king, Princess Elizabeth Kinau, found out about this and told the king. The king then rushed in during the beating to save his beloved Kaumi. King Kamehameha III took Kaumi to his home to protect him, but then removed Kaumi from court. Some accounts also say that it was Kaumi who removed himself from the court because of the trauma and the hypocrisy of the court, as well as to protect the king. Nonetheless, again, this is a dangerous game you're playing, right? Just allowing homosexuality, right, is a violation of Western Protestant and Catholic natural law. Could have been enough to really undo a Hawaiian, right? It's bad enough. Americans definitely do not accept Hawaiians as humans. Americans saying at this time, these are freaking N-words of the Pacific. What are you even doing accepting these people? But the British and the French and these other empires, like, accepting Hawaii as not something that we should fully colonize and take over, right? It's a very dangerous game. They already don't accept us because of what we look like, because of the way our language we speak, and now, again, so that would be a terrible place to be in, right? And you having a queer, the king having a same-sex lover, So anyway, but who knows? That's speculation. Why exactly this happened? But nonetheless, Kaumi died within the year due to his wounds. He died alone. The time of Kaumi, Kawa o Kaumi, as his detractors called it, it was over. His rebellion became a morality tale told by missionaries on the dangers of the mahu, of the non-gender conforming, while Kaiko Eva was seen as morally right man. In fact, Kaiko Eva was not tried for his involvement for the killing. Kamehameha III, kind of like, I don't know, as we were talking about last week, countless massacres of Asians in America, in the Chinatowns, the beatings in Oregon, Washington, California, Colorado, in the Chinatowns, and the murders, the greatest mass lynchings of the United States were against Asians and the Chinese in particular. None of those white men who slaughtered them, including in Hawaii, in the burning of Hawaiian, Kanaka Maoli, Chinese, and Japanese in the Chinatown, where Hawaiian and Asians were living and working in their businesses. No white men who participated in the slaughter and in the burning of their entire town ever saw any time in court, and nobody who committed crimes against these people would see time in a prison. Because why? They were just doing their duty as Americans. They were doing their duty as civilized people, cleansing the world of Chinese, sick men of Asia, yellow peril, cleansing the world of indigenous people, cleansing the world of Kanaka Maoli, the native Hawaiians, cleansing the world of homosexuals, transgender people. That's what America still sees itself as doing, right? And so, and that's an important point as well. The legal system, again, there's never been justice in any court in the United States or anywhere in the West. Courts in the United States are slave auction houses. Judge Judy is rule of law theater. Law and Order is rule of law theater. It's rules-based order hypocrisy. That's what it is. To make you think. No, that's what judges do. They let off murderers. They rubber stamp ethnic cleansing. They rubber stamp genocide. If you even try to go after the United States in the ICC, Mike Pompeo and his CIA friends will sanction you and your family in Germany, Sweden, Denmark. And then you'll sit down and be a good little genocide backer. Germany, Sweden, Denmark. And all your little green parties. If you even think about it. there's never been a justice anywhere in the West. Not for LGBTQ plus people, not for Native people, definitely not for Black people, and definitely not for Asian people, and not for a large extent to the non-landed and the non-rich. Hawaiian Kingdom, Kamehameha III, on the other hand, was taught another lesson: that disorder and uncivilized behavior would jeopardize the sovereignty of the Hawaiian Kingdom. Again, right? That's what I just said. You cannot allow this perversity. You cannot allow this degeneracy. You cannot allow this abominations to occur. Right? This uncivilized behavior. Right? Again. So like homosexuality, gayness. Gender fluidity, anything that isn't cis heteronormativity is uncivilized. You all get thrown into this. All get thrown into the on this path, right? From savagery, barbarism, feudalism, capitalism, Western liberal democracy. You're on this civilized. That's what the word progressive. Whenever somebody says it's progressive, that's what it actually means. It's actually a deeply eugenicist, colonialist, imperial concept, and homosexuality is a fallen, savage activity under that definition. That's why they categorized it as uncivilized. The word civilized is itself a eugenicist concept in a lot of ways. It's a bogus Western concept for a place that's always been barbarians, as Joshua Potash figures out in 2021. Oh my God, my ancestors were freaking. My ancestors were the real stormtroopers. Oh my God. Yep. Kamehameha III. Wait. Hawaiian Kingdom and began opening. Uncivilized behavior would jeopardize the sovereignty of the Hawaiian Kingdom, and being open about his sexuality could lead to his own assassination. Kamehameha III began a dramatic transformation of the Hawaiian Kingdom through a Magna Carta in 1839 and a Constitution in 1840. Albeit, I know I'm kind of going extra, but patriarchy. When you threaten that, you're not just threatening, women having, it's just, when women have sex with other women, that's terrible because I just don't like lesbians, right? It's not like, when women have sex with other men, I just don't want to see this and that because it's gross. It's not just it's the power structure, it's economics and it's power, right? It's like, we have built this holy Roman Empire, this holy empire of Christendom under the royal British crown, under cis heteronormativity, and you breaking that breaks the order. You break the power of what we have said. Even like talking about where the sun is set in the universe. Got Galileo into house arrest. It's like that's not necessarily the same level of it's a different thing. But again, breaking the order is set, and it's not really. It's the vector of men above women, this homosexual, anything that isn't cis and straight, unacceptable, gayness unacceptable, is about creating these vectors of oppression, right? It's whiteness itself created. Why? So that you could have economic and then political power, right? It's not like, I just don't like black skin. It's like, no, I need serfs to work on my tobacco or cotton plantation as an escapee from Europe, from a terrible, abusive tyrant king. I want to be people come to America not to just escape the abuse. They come to be a tyrant king with a bunch of serfs who, I don't have a title. Well, we'll use skin color. It's just a method to get the serf, servant, slave, whatever class, prison slave, wage slave's not quite as good, but work temporary embarrassed millionaire, not quite as good as a slave, but hey, we'll take it, right? And so, and so when you break that hierarchy, when you break that slavery, that's why the United States went to war over slavery, right? And the Catholic Church exterminated countless Indigenous people in Canada and other places because of their lack of patriarchalness and that norm. And the Hawaiians were threatened with the end of their entire independent sovereign existence if they tried to have any kind of visible uncivilized non-cis straight behavior. So it's very important. This is not just about like, I just feel this. No. And racism is just when somebody says N-word. No. This is power, this is economics, this is geopolitics, This is economic. This is the method. These are methods of maintaining hierarchical, oligarchic barbarism, which the West has always had. Never really not had it. And so that's what's being jeopardized. Kamehameha III began a dramatic transformation of the Hawaiian kingdom through a Magna Carta in 1839 and a constitution in 1840, albeit through a Christian voice, in order to gain the support of the powerful church. In this light, Kaumi's passing may have been one of the catalysts of the birth of tangible civil rights and the recentering of power to the common people. So again, Hawaiians pre-contact again did not have these they didn't have homophobia, transphobia, etc. I mean, at least as far as we know, it's not even words for these things, right? It just, if you loved romantically, sexually, somebody who was of the same gender or had whatever in their pants that day, and then you love someone else another time, this was not a thing that was even it was not even, they didn't have really a word for it, because it was like changing clothes. Like you changed, you're not necessarily like you change partners all the time, but if you wanted to love someone who was the same gender as you or different, it wasn't a problem. It wasn't a thing. If you change gender, right? Again, mahu was just it was an accepted thing. It was a venerated thing. It only became a problem when the Western Christian colonizers showed up. And so this event, the death of this of Kaumi, was important because it was a catalyst to increase the resistance against this colonial imposed cis heteronormativity, this kyriarchy. The time of Kaumi also helps to illustrate that mahu in the 19th century and 20th century Hawaii were perceived as a threat to the established order. Kaumi, for example, was disliked not just because of his political influence, but because of his rejection of Western patriarchy and his sexual identity. Another reason why they don't like Kumuhina, because Kumuhina is a rejection of Western patriarchy, and is a rejection of that cis heteronormative identity and rigid gender norms. His attempted assassination could be considered the earliest documented case in Hawaii of a hate crime. His Hulumanu faction was also an early attempt at reviving aspects of Hawaiian culture demonized by the missionaries, who were busy not only trying to convert Hawaiians to Christianity, but to convert Hawaiians into Americans. Kaumi represented a return into uncivilized Hawaiian life, which posed a political threat internally vis-a-vis the converted chiefs and the missionaries, and externally, the recognition of Hawaiian independence by Western powers. So again, that's what I kind of said, that it was a threat. It could be a threat, and these are hard choices that had to be made. Again, this idea that, we can all just liberate, and then one day we just all act nice, we'll all be liberated. No. It's kind of like, we'll just hold our hands and throw some Molotov cocktails, and then the U.S. will stop killing the Vietnamese. No. Some people are arguing with Luna about, anarchists could have fought the Vietnam War, but what the fuck do you know about stopping the biggest military in the world that killed 1 million plus and poisoned their entire land with Agent Orange and bombed into the Stone Age? What the fuck do you know about what it is to resist actual full might of imperial powers? What does someone who's born into the Western imperial metropole know about how to do that, and how to do that while maintaining your little purity? Ho Chi Minh had a government, that's bad. You don't know anything. You don't know anything. There were so many trade-offs that have to be had, so many things that people don't want to do that they have to do. How to have a sovereign country in the face of massive imperial powers stomping on every brown thing that moves like an insect. Mestizo, that's what they call the indigenous people. The Spanish Catholic conquistadors, they call them insects. What do you know about that? What do you know about being an insect, white Westerner? You don't know anything about being you don't know anything about being an insect or being treated like one. Your entire people, your entire land, treated as an infestation. You don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, so that's just one irritation. And Luna was talking today about somebody upset, like, Luna, why you have such a thick accent? Oh my god, this is so terrible. I can barely understand you. Do you speak Vietnamese? You're lucky that she's even speaking. Anyway, that's just me getting irritated at some Westerners with, a lot of kitty glove existence. Just a very sheltered existence. Maybe one day they'll have some education, but we will never know Kami's perspective because the historical narrative of that time period was, for the most part, was controlled by the missionaries and the supporters, as they owned the printing presses at the time. It was not until the late 20th century Hawaiian Mahu scholars such as Dr. Noinoe Silva did Kami's legacy begin to be reassessed to many Kanaka Maoli today. Though many Kanaka Maoli today still are not aware of the Olelo of Kami. The demonization of Mahu and Aikane relationships like Kami in the 1830s helped to further androcentrism, gender binary, and patriarchy, thus internalizing the structures of colonialism that had begun to form with the commodification of women in 1778. Any colonial and neo-colonial system is a hierarchical system by default, which is why Kanaka Maoli should not address settler colonialism, sovereignty, militarization, sexism, transphobia, homophobia, the TMT, that's what we were just talking about earlier on Mauna Kea, homelessness, incarcerations, and economic justice as separate issues, but collectively as being part of the same system of oppression experienced by Kami and by modern Kanaka Maoli. And this is why I don't talk about these things as separate. This is why sometimes sometimes I jump around maybe a little too much, maybe more than I would like to, but it is important to connect all of those struggles together, because maintaining the compartmentalized, disjointed, disconnected separations, artificial separations of them, is a strategy of the imperial colonial power to maintain the power. And by reconnecting what is fundamentally part of one or very much overlapping, very much tied together struggle, you begin to regain power. You don't have power. We just look at Mauna Kea as one thing. It's the reason why they say this is a lone wolf incident when somebody gets shot in America, right? Particularly a bunch of people get shot. There's no racial motive in this one. This was just somebody, he blew off some steam in Atlanta. He just got fed up, looked the other way. What's happening in Iraq? What's happening? The xenophobic rhetoric and the anti-Asian violence and murders that are skyrocketing even more now than any other ethnic group right now. Seniors being knocked over has nothing to do with Western imperial interests, counter to and the war talk and the new Cold War for military-industrial profit that they want to wage against China. This attempt to disconnect it, and you can stop Asian hate, right, while supporting the U.S. empire and Biden and Kamala because, well, she's Asian too. No, this is the separation that they want to have. Also, separation from the present, from the future and past, right? The ahistoricity, the ahistoricalness of the Western, what I call the quantum Western mind. They can't remember. Holy shit, what happened 20 years ago? Oh, that's right. It was the Naira testimony. Unknown, asset of the United States shows up, talks about crying on camera with babies being thrown out of incubators, making up complete abject lies that completely statistically impossibilities given the populations of the places, but Americans eating it hook, line, and sinker because they've been primed on that historically, and then they in the ahistorical. So 2000 and in the 2000s, now Colin Powell can wave out a little batch of laundry detergent with some turmeric ground up. I mean, was it turmeric or was it laundry detergent? Who cares? Americans don't look past the headline. Waves it around on camera. The Wurlitzer jukebox of the CIA is blasting it down everybody's throat on CNN, MSNBC, and the echo chamber of the water cooler in the business, the home, the workplace, and the church are all talking about we got to go to war in Iraq. And guess what? $21 trillion, millions of dead, 37 million displaced Muslims later, and a completely collapsed empire. You're all watering around going, holy shit, what happened last year? I don't know, but some kind of genocide's happening somewhere in Asia, and I should support that. Because why? Because, so ahistoricity, decompartmental and horizontal compartmentalization in the present of homophobia here, transphobia in these two together, right? And then racism over here, and then capitalism over there, and militarization over here, and then homelessness over there. These are all integrated systems, which is why, and I think more people, particularly people of color, I think, recognize this, that have a dialectical and historical analysis recognize this. But that's important to. That's why I try to kind of link all these things up as best as I can. And the struggles internationally also. That's why I link Hawaii to Bolivia to Canada to even the struggle in the Middle East as well. It's a settler colonial struggle in that place. It starts with a P, being colonized by the place. It starts with an I that we cannot mention because we stream from the Death Star satellites, and a lot of money is paid to remove anything from the internet because there's no free speech anywhere in the West. It's a joke. The Constitution is a lie, and every judge, cop, president, mayor, and pastor wipes his ass with the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution and the Bill of Rights every single second of the day, and then doesn't wash his hands and gives COVID and Giardia to everyone in his surroundings. Anyways, the dehumanization experienced by Kami is felt by the Mahu today. When I was growing up, the word Mahu was a bad word. It was a source of hurt in a way that kids put you down or to influence others not like you or to jump on the bandwagon. I remember this. This was like, there was a game called Smear the Queer. It was a pretty gross thing. It was like dodgeball, but you're running around with a ball trying to throw it at one person in particular. And that was not a game that Hawaiians would have been okay with playing before calling it. They would never thought of doing that. But that was a game that I remember even when I was like, in the 90s, 80s, 90s, that people would play. And like the word gay is an insult. All the gross stuff, American influence in the illegal state of Hawaii. Everything horrible about the 90s. Like I went through all of this. The R slur being just everywhere. And the homophobia and the transphobia. Anyways, according to Kumuhina Le Moana, this is Kumuhina we're talking about. Kumuhina Le Moana, Wangkalu, who is more popular known as Kumuhina. I believe is also, I said earlier, a lot of Hawaiian and Chinese intermarried. I believe I could be wrong, but I believe that Kumuhina is part Chinese or part Asian, but I might be wrong on that. I'm not sure. But it will make sense because that is historically a thing that happened. And the hui, the worker-owned cooperatives, right? The non-capitalist against white capitalist businesses, right? The Hawaiian and Chinese, the word hui means the same thing in Hawaiian, and across 3,000 years and thousands of miles of ocean, it means the same thing in China and in Vietnam and in Aotearoa, also known as New Zealand, the word hui, working together as a cooperative with no boss, with no capitalist taking extracted labor value in the form of profit from the work of the means of production by the working class. So again, so the Kumuhina, who is more popular known as Kumuhina, is the subject of a groundbreaking biographical film, Kumuhina, that went to win numerous film awards and was shown on PBS. You can go watch that if you want. There's something you're like, what am I gonna watch on Friday? That's something to watch for Pride Month. Watch an indigenous, very important anti-colonial Hawaiian leader who is also trans and also is Mahu, which is the same, overlap. When a group of educators put together an optional Hawaiian culture-based curriculum on sexually transmitted diseases and teen pregnancy called Pono Choices. Pono is a word that approximately means righteousness, justice. Kumuhina was one of the featured speakers. Republican State Representative Sam Slom and Bob McDermott attacked Pono Choices for having Kumuhina as a representative for the video. Kumuhina, of course they did, because Western white heteronormativity and homophobia continues to this day. Kumuhina was the only Mahu speaker and the only speaker so attacked. The Hawaii Independent Republican Association also attacked her and refused to address her by the female pronoun and referred to as a transvestite drag queen who wears a padded bra, which is pretty freaking gross. The DOE, the Hawaii education system, I believe, also attacked Kumuhina and caused her to lose her job or asked her, made it very difficult or got her removed from her job. And I forgot the exact details of that, but she's been attacked by the U.S. illegal occupation state of Hawaii for a long time, and it's disgusting. Members of the settler colonizer class, undaunted by personal attacks, Kumuhina continues to fight for Hawaiian and Mahu rights. has gone on to become a recipient of the National Education Community Educator of the National Education Association Ellison Onizuka Human and Civil Rights Award, Native Hawaiian Community Educator of the Year, and was named a White House Champion of Change by the then President Barack Obama. Kumuhina also played a key role in helping to organize support for the Kia'i Mauna Kea movement, including the Aloha Aina Unity March. That's what I've said. Played a key role in Mauna Kea, which was the largest march in Hawaiian history. The Kumuhina Mahu is someone that can navigate between Kane and Wahine. In English, Kumuhina would be... Kane is like masculine, Wahine is like feminine. It doesn't necessarily mean like man and women in that way, but it does mean like, a masculine and feminine energy and spirit. In English, Kumuhina would be described as a transgender woman, but Mahu nonetheless. Since the term Mahu can have multiple spaces and experiences, Kumuhina originally coined the terms Mahu Kane, transgender man, and Mahu Wahine, transgender woman. However, Kumuhina believes that those terms should be revised due to scientific advancement, and so she coined 4 new terms: Mahu, who feel internally, Wahine, female, emotionally, spiritually, and psychologically and culturally could use the term Ha'awahine. If they feel more internally that they are Kane, men, they are Ha'akane. When they have taken on externally what they feel internally, i.e., dressing as a female, have began to or had undergone hormone therapy and other forms of medical transitioning, including cosmetic surgery, then the term Ho'ovahine would be used. Likewise, for Mahu who feel that they are internally male and taking that form externally, then Ho'okane. The terms Ha'avahine, Ha'akane, Ho'ovahine, and Ho'okane are all verbs that provoke cultural connections to traditional gender norms. It also needs to be noted that ideas of masculine and feminine gender norms and behaviors in Hawaiian culture are not the same as in the West and have a different cultural context. Affectionate comradeship in various forms and levels was commonplace between members of the same gender in the Pacific, especially in Polynesia. According to Kumuhina, it used to be perfectly acceptable for men to be affectionate to each other in public, to hold hands, to hug. For example, when I go to Tonga, which is also in what is called Polynesia, but it's I had a lot of Tongan students as well, and Tongan people lived in our building. When I was on Oahu, Tonga was one of the last places to have some of the least total. They had the Tongan king lasted for a long time. It might still be there if I'm not mistaken. He had a 300-year-old tortoise, if I am not mistaken, but it was very centuries-old tortoise. That's just the way men were. Hawaiians were the same way before. And so that also explains why the Tongan have some of the, not necessarily well preserved, but they have retained a lot that had been removed by colonization that had to be rediscovered in places like Hawaii. So Tonga had been less affected by the colonial alterations to their perceptions of gender and sexuality. And that's how they are there, right? That's just the way men were. Hawaiians were the same way before. Polynesians are affectionate people. There was no shame. There was room to express how you felt. Now, with Western influence, that's changing. Western influence brings so much suspicion and so much self-hate. This self-hate and repression then leads to toxic masculinity, self-harm, violence, and more trauma, which ultimately reinforces structures of colonialism and patriarchy. I know this. I have an uncle who is extremely homophobic. He will attack you if he thinks that you might be gay. He said all kind of the most homophobic stuff. He's Hawaiian. Even my dad, he's more liberal, but he's definitely he says weird things sometimes. It's well, I've got a really good gaydar. I can tell when somebody's I don't know what you're talking about. I think this is all colonial white settler mentalities coming into their minds again. But my dad is also somebody's, he knows some Hawaiian songs, some Hawaiian stories, but also it's well, we're Western Catholic capitalists now, Catholics who murder indigenous people like you. But anyways, so and I had students, and when I was teaching, I was a social worker STEM teacher for the underserved, at-risk youth from very poor areas of Hawaii, disproportionately Native Hawaiian, poor, homeless, Tongan. I had Tongan, I had Samoan, Fijian, Tahitian, Filipino, you name it, Asian, also white, black. Less of those total, just because of the total demographics of Hawaii, Puerto Rican. But you know, even in the Hawaiians ones, you know, I had one Hawaiian kid. He loved pig hunting, and he was very much from a very Hawaiian area. But he really like we had a mahu, a Hawaiian mahu, who came to the class. You know, I had more than one mahu that was like overtly mahu, but he got so pissed off in the class. He was Hawaiian, you know, but he was like, he actually took his pencil. He got into his notebook, and he was like all tensed up. You know, and he was like, he like ripped a hole through his notebook, just like scratching into the book because he just heard the voice of a mahu. You know, he was like 16, 17 at the time. And it was like, and then I was like, what's wrong? What is happening? And he's like freaking out. He was a very emotional guy, but he's just like, and he was like swearing, and he said a bunch of homophobic stuff. Basically, I don't want to be anywhere near that. And he said, he didn't say mahu, he said something else. You know, that fucking, but you know, but he was Hawaiian, but he had like but that's the colonialism. And he's somebody who liked pig hunting. He even worked in the kalo patch, but was also denied education. That's why I was working with. This was in a 16 to 21 year old high school dropout, at-risk youth. You know, he said the teachers in my school, they didn't teach us nothing. The teacher didn't even show up some days. You know, and then he left. And they don't teach anything. They don't teach you anything in school. They don't teach you Hawaiian. They don't teach you any history. They don't barely teach you American history. You learn Columbus sailed the ocean blue, and then America saved Hawaii from savagery. That's what you don't learn anything that I'm telling you. And but you know, and then in the culture, he had this extreme homophobia, and it was like, you know, if this was Hawaii 300 years ago, you guys would have been, there would have been none of this. But he was just he like left the class. He actually like walked out of my classroom because he was so pissed off, just being in the presence of, you know, a mahu. That was in like 2009. But you know, it's very sad. But that's part of the seeds of colonial legacy of the installed seeds of homophobia, patriarchy. You know, this totally unnecessary learned self-hate and toxic masculinity. You know, that's part of the legacy, which is, you know, which makes it very complicated. In the same way that it was very complicated, and it's not complicated in that what's right or wrong. No, we have to undo this patriarchal nonsense and this toxic masculinity, which is why I do this on these streams. Even though, you know, I cannot identify myself as, I don't feel it would be proper to identify myself personally as mahu. I do change presentation, you know. I would say that I am gender fluid in the sense that I change presentation, but I don't like, you know, that is also complicated because it's also part of it. That's another part of colonialism, is I am still recapturing much of the culture that was beaten out of me, or just never given to me, or just threatened out of me. Going like, if you're Hawaiian, you're never gonna get a job in Western capitalist world. How are you gonna get a job at that fancy bank if you act and talk? You know, and they just didn't teach you any of it either. And so, but I do support everybody who is, you know, queer, LGBTQ plus, etc. And I understand that we have to undo this, and I understand that in male-dominated gaming, and particularly FPS and RPG and not traditional, but historically very male, very violent sort of games, there is a lot of toxic masculinity. I know this because I got attacked by it a lot. You can see it happening in the games. You can see it in the voice chats. You can see it happening in the reviews of Neofeud and racism along with it. And so you know, and so that has to all be undone over time. And you know, it has to be underdone with understanding that, like, this Hawaiian, my father, he's not because, oh, well, your dad, you know, you said your uncle is really homophobic. Well, that's, Hawaiians are bad. No, like, that is the legacy of colonialism. Not to say either that there's nothing wrong, that no harm ever happened. Nobody ever was killed, harmed, or stubbed their toe in Hawaii before contact. No, they're not like perfect angels, you know. It just, but a lot of these very destructive, terrible, systemic oppressions that came at the colonization, not because there's something wrong with people of low melanin count that come out of this part of northern and western Europe, that particularly, there's nothing particularly wrong with any of those people. It just happens to be dominant features of their culture, their ways of being, their ways of knowing, and their history that came here. you know, and we have to undo that in the dialectical way with a lot of understanding and love, etc. Anyway, in addition to Mahu, Kanaka Maoli also recognize iconic relationships. While Mahu describes an identity and a cultural role, Aikane describes more of a type of relationship. Aikane relationships exist between two men, two women, or one man and one Mahu. In Hawaiian cultural norms, having an intimate relationship with a person of the same gender did not necessarily make one a Mahu. A person could feel perfectly fine in their cultural assigned roles as Kane or Wahine, but there was a strong attraction regardless of the gender. Ranking chiefs or people with station normally had consorts and aikane. Kamehameha I, for example, had aikane as well as consorts. It is important to note here that Hawaiian society, both men and women, could have consorts. Ka'ahu Manu was among 24 consorts of Kamehameha I, and Kamehameha I was among her 3 or so principal consorts of Ka'ahu Manu. With the missionaries and their allies, these type of relationships were also suppressed. But in Hawaiian, as well as in other Polynesian cultures, these types of relationships were celebrated and acknowledged, including the epics of Pele and Hi'iaka. Hi'iaka, the sister to Pele. Pele is also here on the Big Island of Hawaii. Pele is the goddess resides in Kilauea, which is the very active volcano, one of the most active volcanoes here on the Big Island of Hawaii. You also have Mauna Loa, also active. Mauna Kea is not active. It's older and one of the largest shield volcanoes, largest mountain in the world when you count from the seafloor. But Pele, anyway, that's some geographical backstory on Pele. Pele and Hi'iaka. Hi'iaka, the sister to Pele, has, for example, a strong aikane relationship to Hopoi. So this is in the mythology. This is where you can see it happening, and you get a sense of what it was for Hawaiians. It's not necessarily a one-to-one relationship. What happened mythologically was exactly what happened, but there's a strong, correlation, right? So if Pele and the mythological figures, who are often based more sometimes on real figures or amalgamations, the mythological figures had, aikane. They had multiple partner and same sex. They had what we consider gay or lesbian relationships, and these were all venerated figures. This is not described as, and it was terrible that Pele or Hi'iaka had a relationship. That's just what it was, right? Dr. Ku'u Aloha Ho'o Mana Vanui, she prefers the lowercase to lowercase her name. Author of Voices of Fire, Reweaving the Lay of Pele and Hi'iaka Literature, argues that iconic relationships provided an avenue of mana, spiritual power on 2 levels: human-to-human connections, individual ano, disposition, attraction, and mana. And on a political level, iconic relationships, according to Dr. Ho'o Mana Vanui, could also be an extension of the Ohana family unit, where there could be a claim to one partner's mo'oku aohao genealogy in the way as it was for a heterosexual relationship. The iconic relationship between King Kamehameha III and Kaumi could be seen in this light. In Hawaiian culture, there was a space for monogamous or polyamorous relationships. There was also broad understanding and acceptance for a variety of sexual orientations, gender expressions, as well as sexual and non-sexual varieties and identities to exist and flourish, help to maintain strong relationships with each other, the ancestors, and the land itself, because everyone felt part of the community and love. So that's a very important part, is that when everybody feels a part of the community, and the norm is not bigotry, the norm is not separation, the norm is not splitting people into these groups, the norm is not beating and attacking and centered on violence, right? Then it becomes much easier and it's much more conducive to functioning community. This is important when it comes to restorative justice. You can't have restorative justice if you have a community that has hatred in it. You can't have restorative justice when you have a community that's isolated from each other in economic competitive units, like, nuclear patriarchal families struggling for the VP marketing job, or who has most land, or who gets the $20 an hour and who gets the 10, or who is the head of the household, right? If the household is run like a feudal lordship, the society will be run hierarchically under a capitalist, slave, or feudal structure. You learn hierarchy, you learn how to not be part of a community, but how to be part of a Catholic father's papal and cardinal, and then bishop, and then father, and then local priest, and then hierarchical structure. You learn that in your family first as a child when you're born. Who's in charge, who's lesser. The boy is more important than the girl. It's particularly in Christian Western families. That's that. You learn that, and then when you get to and then the attacks, the gaslighting, physical, mental, emotional, psychological beating, hurt, oppression, and violence, then translates into inter-community violence, workplace violence, in the place of worship violence, with pastors abusing and all these terrible stories. Not the stories, but literal abuses of congregation members. Running away with all the money, embezzlement, mega pastors, and also Catholic slaughter in the school system. The beating and harm in the school system. You're taught to be a little assembly line cog in the school system. Schools are places of human rights abuses of all vectors. And so you can't have a functioning community. This is why I say, you think that you can read a book about Marxist-Leninism or anarchism or 5,000 books and theories, and you can read all of history. But if you don't live in a society, and you're not interrogating every one of these relationships, home, romantic, even friend relationships, is there abusive, gaslighting friendships, parent-child, this whole thing about, there's a whole discourse and kind of worms about this children this month, and it's very sad, it's very disgusting, and I just want to say, you cannot have a society of people who care about, queer people, trans people, non-binary people, if you don't have people that are raised, if you don't have children that are raised in a society that cares about all these people, anti-childness is one vector of hierarchy, I would argue, that has to be unlearned. The West, a lot of Western leftists, definitely center and right, but even Western leftists that I've talked to, a lot of them are big time streamers, have even said, oh my God, I hate kids, I never want to have no kids. And if you don't have kids, it's okay. But hating kids, you're just like, oh, they're just terrible, this and then that. I just want to talk to adults. That is a form of bigotry. That is if you say that ableism is a problem, and you say that's a problem. If you said anything like that about just take what some people say about kids, even to the left. Oh, I hate kids. Kids are just such an annoyance. They get these kids out of here. Your kids are banned. Put in gay into that sentence. Put in LGBTQ. Oh, the LGBTQ are banned. I mean, I don't care. You were being ironic. You joke. People would not. That's not. Is that funny? That's not funny, is it? Put disabled people into that sentence that you just said about children. Anti-child. You've already lost the entire changing of your colonial, patriarchal, capitalist, right-wing society if you cannot get your head into children are important, they're humans. You can be frustrated with the way that the children are raised in your neighborhood, the ones that you have been involved with, but recognize that you are living a toxic capitalist shithole, and that they're so annoying. A lot of people, I've had a lot of multiple Western white people interact with our children, and they said, I never wanted to have kids because every kid I ever interacted with in Michigan, Idaho, California, New York, South Carolina, wherever they were, every child I've ever brought, they're so irritating. They're always little bratty things. They're so frustrating, so annoying, so that's not an inherent. I know it's hard to imagine but you live in a shithole, a broken society of stormtroopers that abuse children, and they said, I already have a problem with that. But I work with a lot of kids who are very difficult. I work with kids who are literal in the Bloods and Crips. They're like literal gang members. Okay, they had weapons. Not to say that's the biggest problem. I had extremely difficult kids who were yelling in my face into class, threatening, and also just going off and screaming my whole class. 30 of them, hyped up on red hot Cheetos, red dye 40, and fruit punch. But I never said, oh my God, these kids are so I mean, I've had very difficult days, but I never once I was these kids have been horribly mistreated. These children have not had the proper love. I mean, they have even less love than a lot of these people that they're talking. These people didn't have kids. They have parents in prison or off their mind of meth because of the predominance of drugs in impoverished society that is put there by white supremacist capitalism for that purpose, like the FBI and CIA dropping crack all over Oakland. So I don't blame them even for being on these drugs. That's another thing. Oh, they're all a bunch of brown and black crack babies. That's the thing that I love to say, right? But when you say, oh, these kids, they're just inherently something. Imagine saying what you just said about any other group. Imagine saying what you just said about how these kids are so this, they're so that, they're so this, the other thing. I hate kids because of this and that. Put LGBTQ+, put trans people in that, put indigenous people in that, put women in that, and then say that sentence again, and then think about what you just said. If so many children are having a difficult time, and they have been so hard for you, and then the point was when they came to our kids, they said, I always hated kids. They're just so irritating, so frustrating. I just never want to be around them. I never want to be around them. I only want to be around adults, particularly ones that are like me that I can talk theory with. I want to talk Marxist-Leninism with them, or argue with them like Kropotkin and Marx after LARPing indigeneity in the Iroquois Club in New England. I just want to talk with smart adults. I don't want to interact with no kids. But when I talk to your kids are nice, Silver Spook. You guys, your kids are like, and the part of the reason why, well, one, we don't send them to a public school. We don't send them to an abuse factory and a diseducation machine called the entire United States public, private, and charter school. But also, we have the time to do that because we live in a place that doesn't evict anybody, where people aren't desperately being beaten and brutalized by the capitalist structure and landlords and banks, being forced into terrible situations where they don't have any time to spend with their kids unless they work 40, 60 hours a week trying to pay for a $950,000 house. So we have time to spend with the kids. It's all these systems come together. The capitalist system, the capitalist system, the abusive patriarchal system that we try to undo. I have a lot to undo. Luckily, my parents were not very abusive in many ways. They didn't do any physical corporal punishment type of thing, which was normal in this time for a lot of this generation. But there's other things that, but we have done our best to have the time and the care and the aloha with the kids as well, which is part of being indigenous, right? It's like maybe, and it's like, so Silver Spook, maybe I'm thinking about having kids now because I met your kids. A lot of multiple white people, Westerners, like, I hate it all. Maybe it's not that there's something particularly special about our kids. Maybe your entire state, your entire country, even the middle class and upper middle class and wealthy that you have interacted with, live in a permanently abusive economic, social, political, gender-wise, and race-wise system of broken, deeply traumatized, unhealed people. That's something I call the race in Neofeud too. Not the race, but the people that descended from the wealthy Western American trillionaire class that fly to get to Mars, and then they burn all of Earth to ash, and then they fly to every colonizable planet in the galaxy. They call them the unhealed people because they never heal. They just assume that this is the natural state of things. It's just to be permanently fucked up, hating your parents, hating children, hating everyone, and then stomping on each other's faces along race, class, gender to get to the top of a pile of dead bodies and dead children's bones and incinerated Palestinians, and incinerated Earth. They're just stomping on each other. They don't look back. They don't think, like even Western leftists, they don't think maybe the reason why this is so fucked up is not a thing I can learn in a book. It's a thing that has to be experientially gathered, and it involves every aspect of society. It's not simply economics. Yes, much of it manifests in power structures internationally, in geopolitics, and in high frequency trading, Goldman Sachs algorithms. Yes, but the economics is only one tip of this vector. We just solved this capitalism. That's really, we gotta really let's study like MMT for another 75 trillion hours in our NFT Reddit club, and we'll solve it. No, that's like one piece. If you are hating children, you already have lost whatever leftism you thought you were gonna have in your Western world. If you are homophobic, you are already colonized. Right? And there's a lot of leftists that sadly think that we can get through this without questioning whiteness, without questioning transphobia, homophobia. Just let it slide. Let's just read Das Kapital and get us a nice sock damn deal. America, Europe has been trying to do that for a long time. They're all still fucked up in colonial pieces of garbage. National Socialism. There was an entire party in Germany that ran on that. Let's just leave the gender. Let's leave the racism. Let's leave the anti-Semitism. Let's leave the homophobia stuff. Let's not touch that. Let's just get ours in our patriarchal, straight, very much German society. Let's get ours. You know? Now they run less explicitly on that. Now they let some women. They don't let Muslims have a good deal in Germany. They still lock them up in the border by the 100,000 in Hungary, and in Greece and down there, and then they cause all kind of pillage Africa. Even though now they're admitting it because there's other powers that are starting. But all of these things have to be simultaneously interrogated. Anyway, so that's just there's a lot of discourse about the children in Pride Month, and I wanted to explicitly say, whether you want to have children, whether you feel prepared to have children, it is valid to feel. I do not feel like I am economically or mentally, whatever, capable. I don't have the spoons, I don't have the money, I don't have the resources to have my own children, and that, that's valid. Now, I hate kids, and the kids are all X, Y, and Z. That is another form of bigotry. That is another form of unhealed Western imperial barbarianness. That's barbarianness with antinatal characteristics. That's barbarian Westernness with anti-child characteristics. And that would be unacceptable in indigenous communities. That is unacceptable. I know it's unacceptable in indigenous communities. I've never seen any Hawaiian in any space, not even left space, say anything like that. Or indigenous people. It's generally somebody coming from a particular subsection, not exclusively, but I mean, it is the whitest of people generally that are the whiter of people that are saying these kind of things. And this should not be some kind of this should not be a thing in 2021, and we'll call this up the left. If you're saying that you just go doom around and jump on the right, okay? Then we can know who we gotta fight. If you're gonna do that kind of thing, this is unacceptable. Also, it's child abuse. In the same, because a lot of these people would also go, well, I don't want these ableist terms and these, I don't know, these sexist terms and these other terms and these other things to be used against me. But you don't want it to be used against you. What about children? What about children? What do children want? The thing is, it's really easy. Well, I only want to talk to adults with 6 years of college education and they read all my theory books that I like. I don't want to talk to kids. Well, that's very nice for the kids who can't talk back and say, hey, you know what? I'm a 14-year-old leftist, and I don't particularly like it when you say all kids are this or all kids are that. That's not really fair to me. They're not in your circle because, you're limiting you gatekeeping already who you get to talk to by saying, I only want to talk to well-educated adults. You've lost, most of the West because there's no education in the West. There's only brain poison, as William Casey, the CIA director, said. So, anyway, that's enough I'll say about that. It does not mean that Kanaka Maoli today have the same level of progressiveness that our ancestors had. Colonization and Western influences and intergeneration. I'm not gonna be able to sing any song this way. I'm gonna finish this and then we're gonna sing some. I gotta sing at least my Purple Rain, okay? But this is important for supporting indigenous struggles and for LGBTQ plus. But then we're gonna sing some Purple Rain in honor of me buying the Purple Rain shirt. Not really. Well, it's for it's also I do know that song, and for some people that are not cis heteronormative, Prince was one of multiple figures that they looked at, and also I just feel like putting all this on. Anyways, also Holly helped me do the makeup, by the way, in case you missed that. Intergenerational trauma are real in Kanaka Maoli community. When the Hawaiian State Senate Bill No. 1, bill that legalized marriage equality in Hawaii, was being passed, Some of the opposition came from Kanaka Maoli themselves because of the legacy of colonization. As Kahala Johnson, a Mahu political science graduate student, points out, hey, us Mahu, we never forget how we was treated by the Lahui during SB1 back in 2013. Gaslighting, dehumanization, being called F-slur and trannies, being spit on, all kinds of terrible behavior from our own Lahui nation. When Kahala and other Mahu were helping Kia'i defenders at Mauna Kea last year, he noticed that there were choke. Choke is pidgin English for like a lot of other Mahu. So we decided to hold space for women and hold space for Mahu. That's how Hale Mana Mahu Ea, sovereignty and / breath. While there always had been Mahu in every major Hawaiian movement in the last 20 years, Hale Mana Mahu was the first positive and open recognition of Mahu involvement and importance in the larger Kanaka Maoli body politic. For a long period of time, some prominent Mahu activists have felt that their identity relationships within the community, including within the Hawaiian sovereignty movement, and the specific issues had been sidelined or ignored for the short-term political gains and for the sake of unity. But Hale Mana Mahu reminded Kanaka Maoli that we have always been there within the community. The decolonized alternative narrative represented by culturally grounded women and Mahu has always been there. Kaumi was a manifestation of that. Hale Mana Mahu was also a recognition of that history. To many Mahu, it was liberating and showed that once again, Mahu would not be erased. Anyway, this is an article written by Adam Kiave. Again, is an important Kanaka Maoli, a Hawaiian and also Filipino historian and educator. And I try to put credit at the end of all the threads that I make because some of this is coming from Adam. But if not, I try to at least, because a lot of stuff that I've learned is stuff that I've learned from not only Adam, but a lot of people, but a lot of historical stuff that, like, holy crap, I did not know that. The fact that Hawaiians did not beat their children and they did not do corporal punishment, violence against children, I learned that within the last year from Adam. So again, that's one of many lies propagated by the Western colonial, patriarchal, hierarchical structure that I have only, at the age of 37, like last year, unlearned. So I don't know everything. I'm like learning like everybody else, I'm undoing. I spent 30 something years of my life being a stormtrooper. I went to a Star Destroyer pilot training facility. It's called a $20,000 a year private school, only because my father taught there and got free tuition. I went to an Emperor Palpatine training facility. It was called a American college. Or Harvard. I didn't go to Harvard. That's the Emperor Palpatine training. The stormtroopers, they go to the AT-AT Walker pilots. They go to UW, NYU. And so, I spent a lot of time in the Western colonial mindset. I have high proficiency in English. I will never have the level of proficiency in Hawaiian that I have had of English. I was not born and raised in my mother tongue. It was erased. It was deleted. Hawaiian was illegal to speak when I was born. And I have to accept that. I can recapture certain amounts of Hawaiian, but I will never recapture it all. There's a great science fiction story that was written by, I believe, a Chinese science fiction writer. Some of the best is written by these people, particularly in this last recent history, about, you can choose. You can have perfect English, and you can get a mid six figure job in a bank or a tech company, or you can have perfect Chinese. It's like science fiction where you install language modules straight into your cerebral cortex. And you can choose. You can have your mother tongue of Chinese, or you can have your Mandarin or your Cantonese, or you can have English. You can't have both. And so the mom and the family, they said, no. We did not come to America so that you could only have, a mid-range job in America. We came so you can have the best job in America. You have to get perfect English and sacrifice your mother tongue. So she does it. She sacrifices her mother tongue in this story, science fiction story. Installs perfect English, gets the high-paying, JP Morgan job. She becomes lead, top tier of the top tier Facebook programmers, right? Gets this amazing job, makes so much money, but it's very suddenly, when she goes back to her community, she talks to her mother. She sits around the table. She's driving through her community. She looks at the sign. She used to know what the signs say. She can't read any signs. She looks at this food. She can't remember the name. She feels like there's a numbness where there used to be the name of this food, right? her sister and her cousin are talking and they're having a great time in her family, talking to each other about what they've done, but she can't understand it because she's erased the Chinese out of her language, right? She's lost everything about who she was, but now she has a pile of money. She has a platinum staircase and a chandelier in a penthouse in San Francisco, and all the money in the world, and no family, and no friends, and no culture, and no rootedness, no history, nothing. She's just a isolated, economic, a perfect Milton Friedmanian homunculus of capitalist self-interested aggrandizement and wealth accumulation, and no past. It's a brilliant story. I don't think it's a mistake that was made by somebody from China, but anyway. But and so that's not to say that like you can never have nothing, but there will be things that will always be locked out. We will be locked out from. But there are important places for people that can, kind of like daywalk in a blade sort of sense between the worlds, because that's why I'm thinking about Neofeud too. I can never really write anything that is from the level of somebody that is like born into this culture fully. I can only ever write to an extent. I do know much of Hawaiian culture because I have been able to live it, and much of that is the opportunity to be on the Big Island. Much of that is like working in Mauna Kea, working with in this resistance. Much of that is in a lot of these decolonization efforts and talking to other people through Twitch and in other conversations in other online and offline forums. But it will always be a certain, a lot of the power that I have is to see into the heart of the West, because I've been in it. Work for billionaires, gone to their bougie ass, most research and rarefied schools, written for some of the richest people in the world, and I know where all their bodies are buried and all their shit, and I can rip it apart in games like Neofeud and on streams like this, and so to an extent, when I say you have to recognize that you're the bad guy, I have to recognize that who I was raised to be is the bad guy. Who I was raised to be is a stormtrooper. I'm not even just saying you because you happen to have your skin is lighter than a cinnamon chai dolce latte. No, because I was been raised and I've been trained to do this. To be a very high level programmer in an imperial war. Playing games like StarCraft to learn how to be, it's a colonizer simulator, as I've said. Having nostalgia for imperial media, for first-person shooters, which are to a large extent, that's the number one U.S. Marines and Army recruiting tool, is going into esports game and DMing people that are shooting brown people in the land that the United States is trying to start a war for resources in, and saying, hey son, you want a glorious future? Join the U.S. military. Great job. You get healthcare. Don't die rationing insulin. Join us. Stop highlighting receipts at Walmart. Stop playing games about being a glorious savior of the world and become the savior of the world like Captain America. That's what, So I have all this stuff in me that's all cannot be replaced. And so, but one has to have the consciousness, some of it, to recognize that what you have in you, it cannot even be unlearned. This is just built in. This is just who I am. When you say StarCraft, if you say Star Wars, if you say, if I hear the sound of a AWP firing a Call of Duty about killing a bunch of Muslims, I have an adrenaline rush. I have a nostalgia rush. Not just that, educational, I'm reading my friend Chris Pai, who is a Hawaiian, Filipino, and Asian, spent a lot of time actually in China as well. Wrote a book called Open World Empire. I'm currently reading through it. I'm going to be talking to him along with another panel of Black, Indigenous, and people of color about decolonizing the present, the future, and fictional worlds. And he talks about like the eroticism of gaming. That's a whole study. It also is in conversation with queer studies, etc. But there's a libidinal and eroticism level of deep psychological. These core memories and these core emotional and core psychological triggers that they cannot be removed. When you're writing, you are going into a kind of subconscious. If you're really writing good and you're not just, filling in 25,000 words for that's a lot of words. Filling in 2,000 words for your college anthropology 206 essay. If you're actually writing, you're really delving into your subconscious and like unearthing the deepest insights that you can in a well fleshed out realized world that you can. But to dive into your subconscious you can only dive into yours. You can't dive into someone else. I can't dive into a subconscious and the psyche and the mind and the noosphere of somebody who has been born, raised, and lived fully in an Indigenous Hawaiian society for the what does that even mean, of course, but fully within that culture, understanding everything in that way, fully in that language. I cannot do that, you know, which is also why I'm like, I don't feel comfortable. I would feel more comfortable working with other people to make a game that's set in. Somebody says, Silverspook, why don't you make a Terminus Machina mod or something set, a Deus Ex mod set in a Hawaiian context that's about decolonization? I'm like, I don't feel comfortable that I'm capable of doing that myself. And, you know, anyway, so when I say these things, like, you have to undo the whiteness, you have to undo the colonizer, you have to undo at every level, all of these structures of oppression, not just read the book about theory, and then if we figure out the right variant of MMT to install, we can undo this plague of capitalism, right? It's not like, well, if we get the right spike protein into this needle, we're gonna undo, you know, this. I mean, we're gonna undo all the problems in the world. You know, it's not quite like that kind of vaccine. You know, it's like that can deal with one aspect of the destroyed, broken way of being that is the Western and imperial and this barbaric with Excel spreadsheet characteristics that is modern Western existence. But you have to attack all these vectors at the same time. And anyway, it's a lot of things that I've said, so I think I need to stop now. Not that I stop after saying a lot of words. If I could write probably 5 college essays, you know, in one stream, you know, that's how many words come out of my face. But anyway, not that I don't mean them, I do. But anyway, I do want to play some music, so take these glasses off. I just look like, I'm like, you can't see all of the amazing and very hard work that Holly did into making this makeup. Anyway, I'm sure it's already running now because, you know, oh, not too bad. Anyway, so I will be back and I'll be playing some music, but a game which I have made about all these experiences, that is a cautionary tale about social, political, economic inequality, about a world in which a cyborg social worker with a robot arm for ghettoized, homeless, ex-con robots, and half-human, discarded eugenics experiments, not for their own fault, living in a slum sprawl wasteland, being dominated by a handful of neo-feudal trillionaires, 0.1% in floating palaces at Versailles with nanotech in their heads, wasting all their time, bantering about how smarter they are, you know, which is why they're billionaires, and they're billionaires because they're smarter. And it's a game that critiques capitalism. It critiques cyberpunk itself in a lot of ways. It critiques the prison, police, and military-industrial complexes, and it deals with racism. Deals with specifically what Black Lives Matter deals with, the murder of Indigenous people. It deals with what the Canadian government is doing to the Indigenous people, which is stealing their children and killing them, the children and the people generally, and through social work as well as police. And that sounds, and it's also very satirical and comedic with hippie terminators, everything from hippie terminators to $6 billion ballers, and disgruntled workers with malfunctioning cyber arms, and Sega Genesis references and Konami codes inside of arcade games, where you can literally game the system and become a trillionaire. If that sounds at all interesting, check out Neofeud, and I'll be right back in like a very short period of time.
The Illuminati created us. They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's machine stereotyping, that is.
That's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Humans are sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood by heredity.
There are thousands upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't a job. It was always just an excommunication sentence.
We're pawns in a feud bigger than we can imagine. Turn the cogs of the machine before Leviathan grinds you up and swallows you and yours.
We don't get to choose our hand, comrade. Prince, peon, rich, poor, human, robot.
I invented the crux of the royal's power, the secret to consciousness, our existence itself, the meaning of life.
I'm the $6 billion baller. Not some troubled youth.
You are my greatest creation of all.
I had to build my own family. I ain't your son. I ain't your son.
I'm happy to smash all of the crowns and throw the gold shards down to the people. I will be the iconoclast queen.
But who makes you queen anyway? You? You and whose army, princess? You and whose army?
Alright. So now it's time to play some. I'm gonna play my prince now. Back into my guitar. Unfortunately, this string is the wrong string for this fret. So it's gonna ring a little bit. I don't know if I can get it to stop ringing. Why is it ringing like that? Hold on. I think it's just the wrong size. Wait, let me try and put something under this thing. Alright, let's see. If I raise the action on this a little bit. Anyway, how's everybody doing? I hope you're doing alright under the current circumstances. Hey, that works pretty good. Okay, also, what? Sorry, I'm trying to figure out why this thing's gonna keep on turning my green screen off. Let me get a little closer. Also, I'm sorry. I have my camera is not good. It just keeps on turning it on and off, so I cannot do very much about that. Unfortunately. You're just gonna have to like, the whites of my eyes just keep popping off, but that's okay. Okay, let me do my purple rain. To do my purple rain, I gotta get the purple rain. I gotta get the actual purple rain. What's the one I like? I used to play this song fairly often. Purple Rain album. No, Purple Rain GIF. There's a GIF of Purple Rain that it's pretty cool. I can put it up behind me. It looks like I'm in the middle of the Prince song. If I can find it. God damn it. Okay. Cause I literally, I don't know. Do you guys know who Prince is? If you don't know who Prince is, then you're young, I think. That's Prince. Prince often like did a lot of gender queer things like in the performance. Also, purple is an important color for a variety of people, a variety of non-cis-heteronormative identities. But where the hell is my Purple Rain's animation? It's like this one, yeah. Purple Rain animated. Maybe I'm too zoomed in right now. Oh, here, is it this one? No, that's not it. I want the animated one, god damn it. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just like having a hard time finding it. But you look at all the purple things. Look at all the purple things. There's lots of them. Oh, here it is. There it is. Why didn't I find this earlier? There you go. Is that visible? I'm gonna try to alt tab out of this. Okay. I also need the lyrics though, so hold on, I gotta figure out how to. I gotta get the lyrics in another place. Astral Storm. What is up, Astral Storm? Thanks for hopping in there. Very cool name. Sorry, I should have shut the ship earlier. I should have stopped talking like Sean Connery. I should have set this up earlier. But okay, here I got it. Max this out. Put the lyrics on. Now, so we got Purple Rain visually. We got Purple Rain spiritually. We got Purple Rain ecumenically. We got Purple Rain, didactically. We got Purple Rain dialectically. We got Purple Rain lyrically in my face. All right, here we go. See if I remember how to play this. You ready for this? I'm not. I never meant to cause you any sorrow. I never meant to cause you any pain. I only wanted one time to see you laughing. I only want to see you laughing in the purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. purple rain, purple rain. I only wanna see you bathing in the purple rain. Wait. I never wanted to be your weekend lover. I only wanted to be some kind of friend. Hey, baby, I could never steal you from another. It's such a shame that our friendship had to end. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. I only wanna see you underneath the purple rain. Honey, I know times are changing. And it's time we all reach out for something that means you too. You say you want a leader, but you can't seem to make up your mind. I think you better close it and let me guide you to the purple rain, purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. You know what I'm singing about here? Come on, raise your hands, put your lighters in the air. I wanna see your goblin emojis in my purple screen full of purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. Guitar solo, I don't know how to play. Guitar, wow, 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 wow. Imagine flange and chorus on this vocal track that I'm laying for you now. And I only wanna see you in your high heels, gender fluidity tonight. No cis heteronormative patriarchal guys in my stream unless you wanna get banned forever into your little white shirt Donald Trump worshipping gang. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. That's not how the song goes. That's what happens on these streams. Trying to think of another song. Okay, let me see if I can remember one. Okay, I'm gonna try to find a song by a non-straight person. This. Here's one song I know how to play. This is an anti-empire song made by a trans person. This is from Evan Greer. This song is called It's from an album. It's from an album called She, Her, They, Them, and this song is called Queen and Empire. This song is a song made by a trans person for a trans person, and it's also against empire. So there's all those things together in one song. I'm gonna play this one. If I can remember it, let's see if I can remember how to play this. I gotta make sure I can hit the note. Okay. There's water on the frozen floor. My bones. Wait, shit, that's too low. Sorry, I gotta figure out where I can sing this. There's water on the frozen floor. My bones break to the chill. And there's urine mixed with dreams of death in the corner of my cell. Their keys are clanking down the hall. They're asking me for names. But I'll fight your queen and empire until my dying day. Yes, I'll fight your queen and empire until my dying day. Night and day I've lost all sense. This cage is dim and gray, as memories of family begin to fade away. And again they send their man in black with instruments of pain. But I'll fight your queen and empire until my dying day. Yes, I'll fight your queen and empire until my dying day. My consciousness has left me as he leaves and slams the door. And I lie in bloody victory upon the stonework floor. For the freedom of my people, it's a paltry price to pay. And I'll fight your queen and empire until my dying day. Yes, I'll fight your queen and empire until my dying day. My shackles drags on cobblestone, they sing a rattling tune. As the halls drift by on either side, my time is coming soon. I smile, guilty of their charge. No, I wasn't framed. And I'll fight your queen and empire until my dying day. Yes, I'll fight your queen. I'll fight your queen. I'll fight your queen and empire until my dying day. Yes, I will fight your queen and empire until my dying day. The sunlight like a stranger burns. I'm forced to shut my eyes as they drag my broken body to the place of my demise. The sneering, jeering crowd all roars. The gallows seal my fame. But I'll fight your queen and empire until my dying day. I'll fight your queen and empire until my dying day. Yes, I'll fight your queen and empire until my dying day. I will fight your queen and empire until my dying Anyway. Oh, anarchist babies. Oh yeah. I guess you gotta do that though. Okay, well we can do it now if you want to do that. Okay, wait. I'll turn the purple rain has been fun. Say goodbye to the purple rain. And say goodbye, purple rain. It's so sad our little gift it had to end. Now it's gone in my name. Hit my wife and booby. Oops. Don't elbow your partner unless you wanna get punched in the face. Purple. I accidentally hit that. Sorry. Oops. All right. Go in the corner. Okay, you go look for your words. Rare appellant, a wild holly appears. A wild holly, the rare holly appearance. Everyone get in the stream fast. Oh, sorry. Okay, Holly's gonna sing this one. Alright. You ready? Chord is good. That good? Okay. How does it go?
Through the best of times, through the worst of times, through Nixon and through Bush. Do you remember 36? We went our separate ways. You fought for Stalin, I fought for freedom. You believe in 40, I believe in myself. I'm a Molotov cocktail, you're Dom Perignon. Baby, what's that? Confused look in your eyes. What I'm trying to say is that I burn down buildings while you sit on a shelf inside of them. You call the cops on the looters and pipe throwers. They call it class war. I call them co-conspirators. 'Cause baby, I'm an anarchist and you're a spineless liberal. We marched together for the 8-hour day and held hands in the streets of Seattle. When it came time to throw bricks through that Starbucks window, you left me all alone, all alone. You watched in awe at the red, white, and blue on the 4th of July. While those fireworks were exploding, I was burning that fucker and stringing my black flag high, eating the peanuts that the parties have tossed you in the backseat of your father's new form. You believe in the ballot, you believe in reform. You have faith in the elephant and jackass. And to you, solidarity is a 4-letter word. We're all hypocrites, but you're a patriot. You thought I was only joking when I was screaming kill Whitey at the top of my lungs, at the cops in their cars and the men in their suits. No, I won't take your hand and marry the state. 'Cause baby, I'm an anarchist and you're a spineless liberal. We marched together for the 8-hour day and held hands in the streets of Seattle. But when it came time to throw bricks through that Starbucks window, you left me all alone, all alone.
Yay. Very good.
Fuck Justin Trudeau.
Fuck that Trudeau clown, man. That guy is some liberal ass, genocidal, spineless liberal clown. And he works for the elephants and the jackasses. Anyway, hey, what's up, Lasu? Yeah, you got to see Sister Holly do some singing. Justin, blackface. No, I will not stop attacking indigenous children. He said that today. I'm not gonna stop pursuing families of the indigenous children harmed by the residential genocidal schools. Justin Trudeau, I'm not gonna stop. I can't stop killing indigenous children with my social work and my RCMP. Justin Trudeau. That's Justin Trudeau. Yeah, that song was written, I believe, in Seattle, so that's like right across the border from that area, right up there. Alright, anyways. Think of some other songs to play. Let's see. Oh, I know. We cut for LGBTQ plus, you know, for queer pride times. We could play the song for all the chuds that are like totally against everything that stands for. So we'll play I have a personal song that I made just for that. You go find that one. Oh yeah, David Ige. Yeah, fuck all those guys. Song for all the people who are like, you know, no Pride Month, you know, men going their own way month. This is for Elon Musk and his Red Pill month. This is for all those people that are like, Pride is child abuse or something. I don't know, ridiculous crap. Okay, here we go. And also for everybody showing up in your stream being an asshole. Chud is a guy who thinks he's fly, also known as a douchebag, always talking about what he wants and just sits on his broke ass. So no, I don't want your number, no, I don't wanna give you mine, and no, I don't wanna meet you, no, and no, I don't want none of your time, no, I don't want no chud. A chud is a guy who can't get no love from me, sitting on the passenger side of his best friend's ride, try to holler at me. I don't want no chud. A chud is a guy adding me in my timeline, asking for pics of my feet, and I don't wanna give them. No, you can't handle titties, no. Stop taking off your mask in my Uber and then yelling and screaming slurs when I tell you to put it back on. Put that heart on in your pants, you creep. That's disgusting and illegal. A chud is a guy whose wife is dry, also known as Ben Shapiro, with the small dick energy and big eight takes, and he don't make his woman come and hangs out with Gina Carano and makes her first in the Star Wars. No, I don't want your Twitter, no, don't add me in my timeline, and no, I don't need your red pill bullshit, no, I don't want a whiny sexist guy, no, I don't want no chud. A chud cannot deal with this wet ass pussy. Quiet to the doctor wife who makes a blast to not hurt Ben Shapiro's feelings. I don't want no chud. A chud is a guy still standing CD Project Red when it makes transphobic comments all over Twitter and doesn't apologize for them. No, I don't want no chud. A chud is a guy asking for his wife to go blonde, and then he does a red pill thing all over Twitter when she's giving birth and his name is Elon Musk. He's a giant hunk of emerald mine, gold diaper wearing junk. No, I don't want no chud. A chud is a guy still sending me pics of his cock, and then he yells at me and sends death threats when I don't wanna talk to him. Fuck off, you piece of shit. Go tell your mama to make you another batch of Hot Pockets and Mountain Dew Cold Red. Say thank you, don't abuse your mama, little boy. No, we're not going out again. Well, Chad DMs me, but his game is kinda weak, and I know that it cannot approach me, cause I'm acting like class and he's acting like trash. I can't get with your deadbeat ass. If your partner coots and cleans while you game and watch porn, oh yes, son. I'm talking to you if you're offended by women's sexuality. Oh yes, son. I'm talking to you if your shorty never had an orgasm. Son, I'm talking to your dumbass too. If you think put it in and she screams in pain, that's good. You're a dumbass and you are not acceptable. If you're mad when your girl makes more money than you, I'm talking to you and you need to get a job today, motherfucker. But you don't get a job when the rent comes due. White male son, I'm talking to you. If you get mad when women talk at all, I'm talking to your ass and you will fall. If you get pissed when women have gaming jobs, or you're just a piece of trash if you complain about women in STEM. Ben Shapiro and also Sam Harris raise neurodivergence. Go away forever. You wanna get with me with no equality? I do not want none. I don't want none. Don't want none. No. Well, Chad is a guy with a copy of Ayn Rand on his fedora stand, begging for a mindless Stepford wife, spamming in your stream. He still wants pics of your free. I don't wanna join your subreddit, there's a bunch of pervs there. Chad is a guy in a Vanguard party, selling newspapers while sitting on his butt, tweeting at you saying you're not revolutionary enough when you support indigenous people's struggles and get hit with SWAT cop batons. Getting bruised and broken leg from that RCMP, and he's sitting around with his heart on saying, polish this, my girlfriend. I'm like, I'm not your girlfriend. That one time, that was a one-time thing, one night stand. Go to hell, stop selling me your Trotsky bullshit. No, I don't want no Chud. Chud is the guy who tells me to cook and clean while he sits on his ass and he plays fucking cyberpunk 2077, laughing at all his trans jokes. Complains when I don't dress like a sexy witch or a succubus or a fucking car character from Mortal Kombat. And he wants to fuck me every second of the day, but you don't give me off, I ain't gonna play with your bullshit. No, no Chud. Go back to your MAGA Donald Trump club. Keep masturbating in your anime kitsune waifu body pillow. Cry yourself to sleep, little boy. When you grow up, you can join our org, maybe. Anyway, the song's called No Chud. Anyway, welcome everybody. I'm playing songs for, we're playing songs for, today I did my Purple Rain, Prince Purple Rain, make us see a bunch of people showed up, so we were doing some songs in honor of Pride Month, and, for me getting an actual shirt with the Prince name on it. Anyways, but yeah, so we're doing some, that song is from an album called Cyberpunk, Not Cyber Bougie. For all the cyberpunk fans, this has a bunch of songs about cyberpunk, as well as other things. But all right, let's put the Red Wedding is another one that's kind of like that, so we'll do that one too. How about that one? Let's do this. So again, this is a song for all the people that are like still homophobic and transphobic in 2021. Not doing what the Native Hawaiians were doing like centuries ago, and accepting people of all genders and orientations, and they're still doing that in 2021. It's a little bit late, so this is a song for all the clowns. Oh. Fingernail is stabbing me. Oops. There we go. sister, what's in your pants? I don't care, but I'm trans, don't be transphobe. You piece of shit. Hey, little sister, you wanna come with me? I'm also a sister, let's get married, okay? Let's have a red wedding, yeah. Cause we're communists and lesbians, yeah. It's a nice day for a red wedding, yeah. Lesbian, communists, space chickens, yeah. No shade to the furries, we got red and black feathers in our cyberpunk games, yeah. Hey, little sister, block them turfs, yeah. Hey, little sister, fuck them jerks, yeah. J.K. Rowling, go to hell and fucking Gina Carano. Hey, sister, let's go to the protest. Defend black lives, fight cops, and have gay sex in our cooperative housing bedroom. In our commune where there are no bosses and no landlords. Well, that's a nice day to start again, yeah. In a white supremacist, capitalist, transphobic empire with kiriakis, yeah. Burn that motherfucker down to ash. A nice day for a red wedding, yeah. In orbit around Mars, making love together, yeah. Fully automated luxury communism in this dream, yeah. I got an A with an O in it on my Gundam, yeah. With a picture of Evo Morales on it, smashing fascist, yeah. And Kumuhina fucking owning all those American massholes, yeah. Cause it's a nice day for red wedding, yeah. Anyway, I think Billy Idol, that's the actual version of Billy Idol's song. He has the bullshit version. Okay. Now we're getting into the classics. There was a song I was just thinking of. What was that song I was thinking of? God damn it. Oh yeah, that's what it was. Are there any Australians in here, by the way? I was like, if there's any Australians, I'm gonna play this one particular song. But if not, that's okay. The Australian just left. I can see it. They're like, no, don't, no. Okay. That has like a 90s naughties vibe to it. What I was just playing there. No, I'll skip that song. Okay, we'll do the coronavirus song. This is for all the people that are still, all the idiots who are still not wearing masks for whatever reason. This is for all the people. Oh, I forgot to talk about this, but real quickly, all the people that are like, there's a job shortage, though there's a worker shortage, right? Which is of course a bunch of horseshit. Capitalists just need to raise the wages and give people living, housing, healthcare, education, and basic needs, and then people would go back to work. But America will never do that. So they're saying, well, there's a worker shortage. People are lazy, sitting around taking $300 a week, not going back to work. You know, just in this, I'm gonna play a song that's about this real quick. But I wanted to. Where did I put that one? Shit, I lost it. Not that one. Although it's related to that. Where the hell did I put it? No, I would appear to have fully lost my tweet. Wait, this one. No, this one. This one. Yeah, Planet-wide pick line. No one go back to work. For megacorps, without burger flippers, drivers, etc., they have nothing. Work from home and co-op if you can. Have quality time with your friends and kids. Don't go back to that abusive workplace or boss. Yeah, here, this one. Corporate off. Yeah, so there was a Bloomberg article that said employees are quitting instead of giving up working from home. And you know, Holly and I, we've been working from home for like years, like 4 years at least, right? At Silver Spook Games, at the Silver Spook Hui, the Silver Spook Worker Cooperative, where, you know, we don't go to a job, we don't go to a workplace, we don't go to an office, we don't go to, not that there's something wrong, particularly with offices or restaurants or something, but we just don't go to a capitalist workplace. We work from home, like a lot of people are learning. You can work without participating in a capitalist structure with a boss extracting profit, empowering massive corporations to pillage the environment, pillage people, hurt people, you know, and extract your labor value and keep it in profit, right? Without the workers at Elon Musk's corporations, there's no billionaire Elon Musk. Without the workers at, I don't know, Walmart, there's no billionaire Walton family, right? And so just by not working for a corporation, particularly a capitalist corporation, by not working for the capitalist corporation, the military, or the police, you are removing power from the super oppressive capitalist prison industrial complex, police industrial complex, the U.S. military imperial structures by not working. Similarly, employees are quitting instead of working from home. If they're asked to come back to work because everybody was remote working for the last year, so they're like, come back to the office and, you know, jump back in, sit around and spend 2 hours of your life every day driving back and forth in terrible traffic, inhaling carbon monoxide, being stressed out, you know, putting on all this clothes. Why put on pants? You know, like, I don't have to put on fancy pants, you know, or any kind of pants. Well, technically, you can't, no, you have to be clothed. But I mean, you can't see when you're on stream, right? You can't see a lot. And also, you don't have to get in a car, spend a lot of money and a lot of carbon emissions driving in this traffic, spending your quality, your time in a vehicle, right? Pissed off at everybody who's driving all weird and worrying about accidents, right? In these terribly massive pieces of armor and hydrocarbon spewing waste called cars. And so employees are instead just saying, well, I don't want to stop telecommuting, you know? I want to just stay home, you know? I'm just quit this job, right? And Bloomberg is purporting this is Bloomberg, like every other billionaire and corporation in the capitalist structure, are describing this as a huge problem, right? But it's good. Corporate office work is writing irrelevant reports, sending emails no one reads, falling asleep in meetings where wannabe techno kings, wannabe Elon Musk's the techno king of Tesla, rat race for VP of marketing positions. So you can, make a pile of money to overconsume iPhones and Gucci and burn the planet down? Never go back to corpos, you know? Like David Graeber wrote a whole book about this. Like, David Graeber wrote a whole book about how the entirety, the vast majority of jobs in first world countries like the United States and the Western world, US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Britain, these rich countries, they're bullshit jobs. They're unnecessary. They were not needed. They're wasteful. They hurt you. They hurt the office. They hurt the buildings. They hurt the environment with all these ridiculous extra parking lots and all this carbon burning. They hurt everyone. They're useless. They're negative-sum games. They're just about getting people to buy more shit they don't need. That's what a marketing department is. It's just like consumerist, wasteful hyper-consumption engine. Never go back to any of these jobs. Quit the jobs. Just quit them. Just never go back, right? Why write a book about how it's bad and then everybody just goes, well, I'm gonna go back and do the stupid thing that I've been doing this. If everybody didn't do it, it wouldn't exist anymore. The fact, COVID-19, the gift of COVID-19, it's terrible, terrible. People suffered and died. The gift is that everybody discovered that we don't need to be in offices. We don't need to be out in these ridiculous rat race, capitalist, corporate jobs. And I hope the lesson that everybody takes, this could be the beginning of something very beautiful and positive in the West, in rich countries in particular, is never go back to work ever. Like, just never go back to work. I mean, not never work, but never go back to work for a capitalist corporation ever. Disproportionately, these are capitalist corporate people. When you work as and somebody asks, like, but Silver Spooky, this is really cool, I love this sounds really interesting, but how do I not go back to work for a corporation? Right? What do you mean? Planet White Picket Line, no one go back to work for bigger corps without burger flippers, drivers, etc. They have nothing. Work from home or co-op if you can. Worker cooperative if you can. Have quality time with your family, your friends, your kids. Again, this whole problem about why are kids so terrible? Well, maybe if kids weren't in an abusive bigotry, bullying, which is human rights abuse, anti-trans, homophobic, racist, ableist, shitholes of places of detention. When schools not places of detention, the places of detention. As I mentioned recently, our kid had 1 hour of school, homeschooling a week, and got in the maximum score in the nationwide third grade standardized testing. You know, with 1 hour of school per day. I don't have a Hawaii State federal accredited teacher certification. You know, we're not federally recognized teachers. I never taught that specific classes I taught, but like figuring it out with the internet, what the tools we have, it's not that hard. And you can spend quality time with your kids. That's what all the Disney movies from the 90s and the 90s are about. Like, oh my God, Daddy's so busy working VP marketing. He comes back and he's like, oh, I've discovered the gift of Christmas is spending 1 day with my child, and then going back to being a slave at the corporate cog machine. So never go back to work. Have quality time with your friends, your family, your comrades. If you have kids, the kids. And maybe kids won't be abused like they are in every public, private, and charter school. They're all abuse factories. Teachers cannot and they will not deal with it. It's impossible to really deal with it because they're all stressed out and broken and fucked up in a fucked up America. Maybe the pandemic's giving people a taste of what Hawaiian or indigenous community, what unbroken society is like, can lead to people craving and continuing the unbroken actual community that they can build in their households and in their neighborhoods. And then if that spirals, that's the end. That could be the beginning of the end of capitalism because nobody wants to go back for these shitty Why do you want to go back to a pub, deal with racist bigots that are trying to always constantly sexually harassing you, right? Why do you want to deal with a toxic boss that's lying, gaslighting, and threatening you with your life and your job, which is your life, your health, your healthcare, your housing? Why do you want to go back to an abusive, terrible job where an asshat who has privilege because he's a white son of a rich daddy gets to have the higher level position, even though he's 3 times less talented than you, has less credentials than you, but he's just good at being a white privileged asshole? Why do you want to work for that? Don't go back to that guy. It's just like, don't go back to that abusive boyfriend. Leave the codependent relationship, the abusive relationship that you have with your boss. Every boss is an abusive. It's like an abusive beating husband. That's what every boss is under capitalist structure. That's what they're paid to do. Never go back. Permanently quit every corporation. And then there's no more corporations. Now, of course, that's easier said than done, but I mean, you can try. It's not. If everybody did it at the same time, there wouldn't be any, capitalist corporations. But the problem is, everybody said, well, everybody else is doing it. Well, everybody else isn't doing it. You don't have any excuse now. Never go back to work. Who eat together, right? And I was like, what does that mean? I mean, everybody complains all day long, from Jim Stephanie Sterling to every, even right and center, but the left for sure. Always, all the CEOs and executives, corporations, capitalists, all bad. Cyberpunk is about this. End the cyberpunk dystopia. You can end your cyberpunk dystopia if you want, but Americans just love it too much. But what would I do if I'm not, in this terrible abusive relationship? That's codependence. You're in love, you're in Stockholm syndrome with your abusive boss. What am I gonna do if I'm not told? Some people are figuring it out that I don't want to be told what to do and abused financially, economically, sometimes sexually, sometimes physically, definitely financially, definitely economically. Never go back. You can never have actual therapy. You can never be healed. The therapy is your goal to heal. You can have therapy for an abusive mother, father, husband, spouse, other relationship. You can never have therapy for an abusive boss because you can only go back to an abusive boss unless you permanently leave the abusive society, the abusive economic structure that you live in. So anyway, long story short, CEOs are now more earn 320 times more than average workers. you cannot stop that unless everybody literally just leaves the CEO. A labor strike, you only give yourself. It's a labor strike can help, right? But you only temporarily. It's kind of like going, well, husband, if you only punch me once a week instead of twice, I'll keep being the wife. I want 20 instead of. You're still in an abusive relationship. Even you get a pay raise of $5 an hour, even, which you won't. You get a pay raise of $5 an hour, and then you get a healthcare of -10 an hour. When you factor in, you're paying twice as much for the healthcare. Don't take punch me once a week abusive husband. Never go back to that person. You can. It doesn't matter what job you go back to. You will go back to an abusive workplace where you will participate in hurting other humans in one way or another. Don't go back to being a stormtrooper. Anyway, so that's just my take on that. Now I know that's easier said than done, but somebody's like, how do I do that? I don't know how to do that. Hawaiians historically had Hui worker co-ops without bosses and CEOs similar to the Chinese. This is why many Hawaiian Chinese families intermarried and worked together. This is tying back to the whole thread. Boycotting white capitalist companies and banks in the plantation era because Hawaiians and Chinese recognized that what the capitalist owners were doing was abusive. It was unjustly hierarchical, and it was giving too much profit to a handful of rich white sugar and pineapple owners of what they didn't even understand, like, why would you do this? Why would one white guy have all this private property? It's because America is a feudal capitalist slave system that pretends like it isn't, and it calls itself Western liberal democratic capitalism, but it's an abusive system. Hawaiian and Chinese recognize that, and so somebody asked, like, cooperative Asian Hawaiian system threatened white capitalism. That's why they set fire to Hawaiian and Asian homes and businesses and forced our peoples into the blaze in the burning of Chinatown in the early 1900s. Yellow peril and indigenous cleansing all in one. The Tulsa massacre was fueled by similar motives. And anyways, and so somebody asked. I wanted to say this because somebody asked, like, "What source? How am I supposed to do this? How am I supposed to do what you're saying?" Right? I mean, I like what you're saying, but I can only go to McDonald's or Wall Street. I can go to McDonald's, Walmart, Safeway. I have an engineering degree. I'm gonna work for Lockheed Martin or work for some firm or some other. Everything's capitalist corporations, and it is harder if you live in an area where you have a degree that's specifically like in, I don't know, airline engineering. It's very difficult, right? However, there's a lot of other things that can be done. Here, this person asked it. I see this a lot. I hope that this isn't an out of the line question, but how would someone start a co-op? What ways are there to survive without working for corporations? I would love to do that, don't get me wrong. Here's some info on co-ops in the US. The primary difference is the way that decisions are made in the business. Capitalists are top-down from bosses coming from wealthy private owners. Richard Wolff goes into this a lot, obviously. Co-ops generally, workers democratically decide plus distribute revenue. It's basically just being fair in the workplace, which is what Hawaiian and Chinese for thousands of years, or hundreds of years at least, have been. Is just being. Westerners like to make this some kind of thing that you need to get a PhD in and a bunch of credentialism bullshit. 25 white papers and 65 theory books you have to have read before you can do it. No, anybody can do it. It's called not being an asshole. Not only do you have to economically undo this, you also have to relationship-wise in your sexual relationships, which is why you should watch a YouTube channel called Pink Spots, particularly if you're a dude or male-coded or masculine presenting, or you lived as a man for a long period of time. But ultimately what it means is economically, it means specifically democratizing the decision-making processes in a business. That's in a Western language. That's what it means, right? As opposed to a boss tells you what to do, how to do it, where to do it, and when you're hired and when you're fired, right? Whereas co-ops means people democratically decide. So they say, how are we going to spend this money? What to do with the profit is one of the most important things. Well, for example, at the Silver Spoon Cooperative, we need, I don't know, I need clothes. Well, take 20 out. You naked? I'll grow your clothes. Here, get new clothes. We need vehicle to transport. Okay, well, we'll share this vehicle. Well, we need one. We need a bigger one. Okay, well, we'll pool the resources and we'll buy a bigger one. And, and it's like, well, we need a new room. Okay, well, somebody has some time and energy. Okay, well, you know how to do carpentry. You start working on the drywall. You make the 2x4s. You figure out where to cut it. You want to learn how to do that. You know how to do it. You have the desire to do that. Okay, you have the ability and you do it. Right? It's like we need more video games so we can have more money so we can pay for electricity, internet, high-speed internet, the new vehicles, the new cars, and other things. Okay, well, we're making more video games. Well, we need marketing so that people figure out that Neofeud is on sale. Well, we're gonna, work together to do that. You just, and it's like, sometimes if it's a bigger one and it's more formalized, then you need to have more formal meetings and you need to communicate. Co-ops are a little bit harder than a capitalist corporation. It gives you a little bit easier it's a little bit easier mentally in one way, in the sense that you don't have to make any decisions. You just, the boss said show up. The boss said fill out this TPS report, serve that McDonald's burger, clock out. Well, I don't have to decide anything. I don't have to go to meetings. Now, if you don't like going to, it's not like meetings, because meetings are fun. Capitalist corporations, you do 4 hours of meetings a day just because it's a bullshit job and they don't have any, they need to maintain capitalist theater, and everybody has to come in a room and look at the nameplate and the fancy tag and watch the boss have 3 people surrounding him, licking his balls and verbally filleting him for half an hour each to try to vie for VP marketing. It's about it's neo-feudal theater. That's what meetings are for in capitalist corporations. In a cooperative, you have the meetings you need to have. Like Holly's having production meetings with some of her friends that are working together on their own project to producing this show with Kate Nix and some of the friends. And you discuss what we're gonna do, how we're gonna do it, what's a fair way to do with what we make from this. You don't need to have a meeting every day. Maybe, once a month, twice a month, whatever it needs to be. If there's problems come up, and then you talk about it. It just means but that means everybody has to take, it does mean you have to give a little bit more energy to decide collectively, hey, what are we gonna do? You can't just sit around. If everybody just goes, I'm not gonna show up to any meetings. Meetings are boring. I'm gonna play fucking video games all day. I'm playing Call of Colonialism all day. I don't wanna go. Capitalism gives you the luxury to do that. You just sit around and don't make any decisions. Show up for your shitty job and then cry about it later on how you make little money. Hooeying together does mean you have to kind of like be involved, not like all day long, but no cooperative and no hooey is perfect, right? You can have informal hierarchy show up and somebody's like doing all the work, just like any group project, just like in a family. Oh my God, my brother's so lazy. But then what do you do? What you're lazy, well, you talk to him, be like, hey man, come on, you gotta help me out here. You can't be like sleeping all day and smoking pot and then playing video games for the rest of the day while I'm like fixing your room for you. Your bed broke because, I don't know, there's a water leak. I fixed the roof that leaked on your bed and I repaired your bed. And then you're what? You have the ability. Now, if your brother is like deeply disabled, fibromyalgia plus horrible illnesses that he can't hold a hammer even, you gotta help the brother because the brother requires, from each according to the ability to each according to the need. Then you do that. That's what Hawaiians would do. You serve the most unabled first. That's what a luau is. It's teaching. Live socialism, not theoretical thing that never happened in the Western world ever. And then they imagine it because they watch some indigenous people in Iroquois do it. And some Chinese people do it. Like literally, the word enlightenment comes from China, but that they never achieved in the West. Enlightenment, so-called enlightenment. But anyways, so that's what it is. It just means collectively, just not being an asshole, just like being fair, just being human. And it's hard to ask, I know, because you live in a permanently broken society at every spiritual, emotional, educational, sexual, gender, libidinal, eroticist-wise, political, economic, K-12 and college level, every level of broken society. So I know it's hard to get there, which is why you always complain about children, because all your children are being broken by the child abuse that is a system where mommy and daddy work all day long and come home and then don't pay attention to little daughter and son and non-binary child. So it's hard to start a co-op when you live in a capitalist hierarchical shithole because everybody just wants to listen to boss. Because everybody's actually a bootlicker. They don't even realize it, but they're either a bootlicker or they want to be the boots that get licked. And so co-ops to me just like being fair with people. And then you might have to start one. It's easier now because if you're one person working by yourself, it's already democratized, right? Basically, unless you're abusing someone. Right? Now it's easier to work by yourself as a non-capitalist cooperative because you don't have anyone else to make decisions with, right? Now when it gets trickier, when you expand, you have 2 people, 3 people, 10 people, it's trickier. And when you get to, I don't know, Hawaii is a cooperative with 98,000 people. They're not perfect, but they manage to do it much better than, I don't know, who would never could criticize the current Death Star who we're streaming from. It starts with the A and it rhymes with Glamazon. But, some other giant corporation that has a billionaire making 3 million times more than the lowest paid employee. Mondragon is in Spain. That's one place in the West that they've done it with 100,000 worker owners. or 80,000 to 100,000 depending on how you count, and they have the maximum differentials is 4.5 times. They vote on the highest, you know. Oh my God, employers are making 320, 600 times more than the employees. Well, if you had a cooperative, you could limit that and you say, well, nobody's gonna make more than 6 times more than the janitor or whoever is the lowest paid. Not to say the janitor is a lesser work. Janitor is one of the most important work. If no janitor showed up, the work is gonna shut down in about 2 days when the trash piles up and everybody's cinnamon chai dolce lattes are piling all over the place and everybody's tripping over bits of their Funko Pop trash. Choking on all their butterscotch wrappers while they're sitting around the water cooler. Where'd the water go? Well, the janitor didn't show up. Oh my God, I can't operate. How am I supposed to hydrate without the essential services workers? So, anyways, long story short, that was not a short story. But anyway, long story short, that's what a worker Silver Spoon Games is a worker cooperative of myself, Holly Argent, and my friend Positive Synergy, of course, another native Hawaiian. And the children, the keiki that we have are junior members. And the revenue from Neofeud, the primary source. But we have more than one. We have Patreon, we have a few others. Is distributed as needed to the members, not hoarded by any CEO. That's the difference. That's the only difference. There's a lot of CEOs that are like CEO of, I just started Dogecoin. I have Wolfie Coin, and I'm the CEO of Wolfie Coin. You know, I'm the CEO of, I don't know, my shitty website that nobody wants to go to. That's about finding the best transphobic porn sites, something.com, and I have a bunch of abused, underpaid Filipino programmers making the graphics. Or YouTube channels that have a bunch of abused, underpaid Filipino video editors doing all the editing for my shitty YouTube channel about how we can be leftists while being also Nazis. Anyways, so as long as it's like you're just trying to be you can never be perfectly fair. Like it's very difficult. People have imperfect bodies and times and problems with their minds. Even Hawaiian, Chinese, these Vietnamese, these people are not perfect, but you can try to be as you can strive. Again, it's the direction similar to Vietnamese. We're socialists because we're striving for greater liberation. We're striving towards a more equal society, and we're doing as best as we can manage under the current siege of imperialism and capitalism. But if you're working for a capitalist corporation, what are you doing, right? What are you doing? You're only empowering it. I mean, now of course you can be like, well, the only places around I can work at, I have a degree in like electrical engineering, and the only companies around here that will allow me to replace the electrical outlets and the power lines is capitalist companies. Well, I mean, that sucks. Maybe push for the end of neo-feudalism, so we don't have a giant electrical grid run by a bunch of neo-feudal kings that can turn everybody's power off and cause 2 million people to be distressed in the middle of a California wildfire like PG&E did. But until then, I mean, just try your best. Entire electrical companies and entire internet companies have been cooperatized though in the past. At least entire branches, I believe, in somewhere in the East Coast, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, cooperatives will not solve all the world's problems, but they are a step away from many problems. They are a step away from many problems to do with the problems that America has, And somebody's like, oh, well, I worked in a cooperative and there was some abuse in it. Well, I mean, that just, like, again, it just, the same way that, like, if you're a freaking alt-right Nazi and you were guzzling down Stefan Molyneux and Ben Shapiro for years of your life, and then you're like, oh, right? Killing people for arbitrary reasons is bad, actually. And you change your Nazi profile, you change your Hitler Wasnash to an ACAB and the A with the O in it. That doesn't mean that you're a leftist now. That means you change your... But Americans and Westerners think that you change your branding and you solved everything because Westerners believe that appearance is everything. Unlike what Sprite tells you, because Sprite is a liar. Anyways, if it's just nothing, thirst is everything. Anyway, I've been mainly saying words without music coming out of my face, so I'm gonna. But I wanted to say that. But Silver Spoon Games is a cooperative, so whatever we come, that's how it operates, as best as we can manage it. Anyway, so. And now we'll play a song about cooperating. We're gonna play a song about cooperating. It's called Cooperation Makes It Happen. No, I'm not gonna play Sesame Street, but that's a song from Sesame Street. I'm gonna play a song very fast. have the right hair for it. I put this Neofeud trailer behind me because I'm tired of watching that other thing. Okay, here we go. This song is called Through the Corona and the Strike. Wait, hold on. How come my screen's getting all fucked up? Okay. Let me move a little bit closer. I gotta get closer to the screen so you can really hear. You gotta really hear my Dragon Force coming right through your screen into your living room, or into your bedroom, or into your cardboard box that you live in your cyberpunk dystopia in. Okay, here we go. COVID morning, in a time ruled by the right, in flames of capitalism's reign, will ride towards the strike. The dark landlords are coming round, and the times are tough, alright. The sound of evil backers falls around the world tonight. Fighting hard for Medicare for all through the wastelands of New York. Some bosses' souls will feel the hell of work stoppages galore. In the blackest veins of Bill Gates' domain, will strike till engines grow. Through the strike in the haze of disinfectant in our nose. So now we'll picket ever free. We'll sicken before we're dead and gone. For basic COVID tests and treatment, our quest carries on. Far beyond the 2-week thing, far beyond the summer. Deep inside our hearts and all our souls. So far away, withhold our labor. For the lives also wasted and gone. Cause COVID murdered you, we feel the pain of $30,000 hospital bills today. Through Corona and the strike we carry on. As the red flag is waving and workers rage, it's the rich guys. They'll spill champagne as the masses below strike a terror in their eyes. Running back through the mid-morning strike, there's a burning in our hearts. As we banish capitalists from the workers' lands to a place in Central Park. In your leftist dream, see through, believe the destiny is nigh. We'll have food and health care and housing and justice tonight. Comrades in equality, it's finally a reality. No longer alone in desperation, our exploitation is gone. Falls we've lost within the falling time, lost within Bill Gates' mind. Day after day, this general strike must go on forever. So far away, we'll withhold our labor. For the lives also wasted and gone. Cause capitalism murdered you, feel the pain. $30,000 COVID bills today. Through Corona and the strike we carry on. Whoa, I got COVID and I'm dying, oh no. I'm never going back to work for corporations or cops or the military tonight. Now here we stand with bitter blood on our hands in a video game. Minecraft we fought hard, now can we understand? We'll break exploitation of the working class if we stay home and then co-op and who eat together for every human. So far away, we withhold our labor. For the lives also wasted and gone. Cause COVID and capitalism killed you. We feel the pain of $30,000 hospital bills. Through Corona and the strike we carry on. hands all fucked up. I gotta like make sure my hands are loosened up before I try to play that song. But my hand was not ready for that. I was like, y'all ready for this? And they're like, I'm not ready for that. Don't do that to me. That's my puppet hand voice. Oh, 10:51. Okay, last song. Last song. We gotta get out here. It's late at night. It's late at night, and I feel alright. Okay, I'm kind of wearing Meatloaf here, so I feel like I want to play like the cyberpunk song. I feel like that makes sense, right? This is some 80s ballad shit. Okay, here we go. Are you ready for this? And I would do anything for cyberpunk. I'd install Elon Musk cyberjack and get gangrene. And I would do anything for cyberpunk. I got arrested doing an ATM hack and go to prison. But I'd never work 100 hours for a single week for a mega core. No way. And I would do anything for cyberpunk. 2077, I would do anything for cyberpunk. I would do anything for cyberpunk. But I won't do crimes for giant AAA capitalist corporations. And some days it don't come easy. Some days my brain jack broke. Some days my cyber arm malfunctions. And these are the days that never end. Some nights my chummers get arrested. Some nights I'm fried by cyberspace ice. Some days I hack a Mitsubishi bank and retire pina coladas and my ninja waifu girlfriend on white sand beaches. And maybe I'm crazy, I'm a crazy Russian hacker, but it's true. No one else can save me, AAA game. No one can save me now but you and maybe an anime kitsune. As long as the shitty planet is burning, as long as the chrome stars are turning, as long as my cyberpunk dreams are coming true, Judge, y'all better believe it. Oh, actually, hold on 1 second. I lost my fingernail, hold on. You all better get my fingernail because I need to stick it inside my guitar, or otherwise it buzzes and it hurts my ears. Everybody's asking like, where'd you get your own fingernail from? Well, don't ask. I might have just cut it earlier. Using pieces of my body generated calcium to make my guitar sound proper. And maybe I'm crazy, I'm a crazy Russian hacker, but it's true. Oh, no one else can save me, AAA game. No one can save me now but you. Oh, as long as the shitty planet is turning, as long as my executive is burning his cigar with $100 bills to light it, y'all better believe it. We're gonna do anything for cyberpunk 2077. We're gonna pre-order it on Steam for $70 and go bankrupt. And I would do anything for cyberpunk. I even let my PC get set on fire from all its bugs. I would do anything for cyberpunk, anything you've been dreaming of, but I would not do AAA crunch. I would do anything for cyberpunk, anything you've been dreaming of, but I won't work hours and hours for terrible pay. I would do anything for cyberpunk, but my PC is a flaming piece of junk because the bugs made it explode, and my PS4 is a melted pile of scrap. And now I really took a crap because I've been eating Jordan Peterson's beef and turmeric and salt diet, and I go on Reddit, and then I have a little fun buying Dogecoins and then losing another $20,000. And some days I pray for silence, Some days I listen to Transforce, and then I look at Twitter, and Elon Musk is doubling down on his bullshit. And baby, I'm lonely, that's all that I'm qualified to be as an incel. There's just one and only girlfriend I will have, and she's an anime centaur inflatable. As long as the wheels are turning, as long as my cyber brain is burning from my Elon's neural links in my skull, my Reddit dreams are coming true. You better believe it, we're gonna do anything for cyberpunk. We'll even yell at random people for being naysayers. And we would do anything for cyberpunk. I started OnlyFans for people who like white pimply dudes. Take pictures of my ass crack and sell them for $300 a pop so that I could have my cyberpunk. No shade to sex workers. And I would do anything for cyberpunk. I would even suck off a fucking skunk, and I would do anything for cyberpunk. But I won't work tens of thousands of hours without a contract. I know the territory and I've been around. I've played all your RPGs and they're all fucking bloated AAA pieces of shit. And you know, well, Jim Stephanie Sterling, and I hate that. Oh yeah, you're just a permanent tech demo pretending to be a game. You fucking billionaire assholes ran away with the money, and that's a shame. And I won't support your AAA garbage, I would not do that. Oh no, and I would do anything for cyberpunk. And I would do anything for cyberpunk. And I would do anything for cyberpunk. But I won't work 100 hours a week and get a health crisis. Anyway, that's a song about never go back to work for corporations, especially not CD Projekt Red. Anyways, that's the last song because it's late at night. It's late at night. It's time for Nick at Night. I don't know why I just said Nick at Night. But anyways, it is late. And my voice is going. My voice is going. You know, my voice is going as bad as the U.S. economy. I'm almost, you know, I'm out of pieces of remaining laryngeal, you know, meat, like the U.S. running out of semiconductors, or I don't know, living nurses after they died in the pandemic for the last year. So I should probably be signing out soon. Can we raid Extremely Online Left? Can we raid Extremely Online Left? Of course we can raid Extremely Online Left. That's the most extremely online friend I've ever had. I am extremely into raiding Extremely Online Left. I'm gonna have an extremely online raid. Well, I mean, you can't really raid offline, can you? That's what I was gonna say. There's all these Australians. I was like, where's all the Australians? I would have played the Australia song in the house. I was gonna play the Australia song, but with like throwing shade at all of their, you know, money they're taking from the U.S. military industrial complex right now. It would have been really funny, but too late. I was gonna be like, I come from a land down under, where the military industrial complex plunders all the I don't save my kangaroos or wallabies. I just work for Lucky Martin and Aspie, you know, starting war with my neighbor China, even though we're the greatest trading partner. You know, I'm pissing off Daniel Dumbrell, and now I'm gonna go for Raytheon and be a shill. You know, well, I just did it. I just took a shit all over Australia, America's little cowboy down there, doing imperialism for it. Anyway, this has been the Silver Spook live stream. This has been Silver Spook's face on Prince. We're trying to do Prince. Anyway, don't forget Neofeud is on sale right now. It is all the sales of it do support everything that we do here. It is greatly appreciated. Why is my face disappearing? I can never figure out how to do this, but Anyways, we are Neofeud is on sale for the next little bit, so don't forget, if you have anybody who might be interested in cyberpunk games, cyberpunk adventure games that have anti-capitalist and anti-racist tones, that have like leftist politics, that are super satirical and take a shit all over capitalism and billionaires and personally call out the Clintons, Bush, Kochs, Jobs, Gates, and Waltons all at the same time, then do send them in the direction of Neofeud. If you don't, you can always support us through Patreon for all the education work that we do, etc. Think about how much is that worth to you, learning from Silver Spoon Games, and just consider, even at a low dollar a month level, it really does help, and it really does increase the likelihood that we'll keep streaming. And also it increases the access that you have to the Silver Spoon Discord by becoming a patron at every level, any level. Also, you can donate straightly. Not straightly. This is Pride Month. You can donate queerly. That's any way you want to donate. But you can donate straight to Silver Spook Games, the cooperative, through the most directly through the StreamYard's link, and you can also become a subscriber, of course. And don't forget to share. Holy crap! Somebody just raided in this. Hey everybody. I am Silver Spook. I am a Native Hawaiian activist, defender of our secret mountain, Mauna Kea, here on the Big Island of Hawaii. We were just talking about Pride Month and Mahu, which is an indigenous identity and the celebration of third gender and queer and LGBTQ plus people that has historically been for centuries and millennia in Hawaiian culture. And but we were just about to leave. However, don't forget, Neofeud is if you're into anti-capitalist, anti-racist, if you're a left or progressive and you like cyberpunk adventure games with a lot of comedy that are made by indigenous non-capitalist controlled cooperative game operations such as us, do check out Neofeud, which is 70% off right now. A game made by myself. I did the writing, the music, the art, the programming, and about half of the voice acting on it. And however, we were about to leave this stream, so thank you very much to Pinko the Bear for raiding in. And then if you haven't thinking about picking it up, now is the perfect time. It's $4.50, and you can support what we do here, or consider becoming a patron. Of course, you might not know what I've been doing because you just raided in, but you can consider becoming a patron. And the game is on Steam. It is very. If you came from Pinko is a communist, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Pinko the Bear, and Neofeud is a cyberpunk adventure game that, guess what, has a lot of communisms inside of it. Unlike, I don't know, CD Projekt Red's Grand Theft Auto reskinned with 80s retro future action game that cops out of a lot of things, and it also is run by a transphobic company like CD Projekt Red. Anyway, I just for all the Pinkos fans, Neofeud, this is a review from Steam. Neofeud explored the depths that makes up our capitalist reality, and I find the game to be a multi-dimensional representation of Marx's Das Kapital. So anyway, if you like Marx's Das Kapital, Neofeud is apparently a 3D interactive version of it. So there you go. You get like a PhD in leftism by playing Neofeud. Well, maybe not quite that, but it does have a lot of elements of that inside of the game. I don't pretend like I make apolitical games. If you ever watched a Silver Spook stream, I only do things. Everything is political, and I only do them in a way that is, against capitalism, against racism, and against colonialism as a Native Hawaiian in the illegal occupation of the U.S. empire. You can also find Neofeud on itch.io for, whoa, it's very large. I'm not going to make any jokes about what I just said there, but anyways, Neofeud is a game that is also on itch.io. If you don't want to go on Steam, it is for Mac, Linux, and Windows. It is digital rights management free. It is also on sale there, and every sale there does, again, support us. Itch does give a slightly better take, so if you buy the game on itch, potentially 90% to 100% creators can set their split. On Steam, it's not that way. You also you can get a key for Steam as well if you buy it here, so that's an option as well. But it's up to you. And also, you can support us at patreon.com/Neofeud, which is where you can become, as I already said, support us in a recurring way for both the streams, education, as well as for making Neofeud 2. You get behind the scenes on what I'm working on the sequel to Neofeud 1. You also get access to the Silver Spook Discord and the community if you are interested in that. Also, you can follow us at Mastodon at Mastodon is a decentralized, non-capitalist controlled social media platform which is similar to Twitter but controlled by a multi-billionaire and a giant capitalist corporation that takes money from the military and the Pentagon and Wall Street and does a lot of not nice things to people who talk about certain topics like black people, indigenous people. And so Mastodon is not quite as big a reach, but it is a place where it's a little less corporate control over the means of communication. However, while we have access to the Death Star satellites, you can also follow @SilverSpookGuy on Twitter. And that's a picture of me. That's Holly did a lot of the makeup, so I can't take full credit. But anyway, this is for Pride Month. I was trying to do a Prince rendition. That's what this has been. I always do the same kind of makeup every time, but you know, I don't know why I specifically chose Prince. I think it's because I have a Purple Rain shirt. We just got it for really cheap. I don't buy designer stuff. But anyways, well, you can follow @SilverSpookGuy to find out next time I stream. I'm so sorry you came in so late, but I will be streaming again sometime in the near future, like Saturday. We'll be having a big panel of Black, Indigenous, and people of color talking about decolonizing the present, the future, and fantasy and fiction. And what it means to not write racist alien and fantasy tropes like orcs, and how to not recreate settler colonialism in space and in fantasy Middle Earth like worlds, as well as in the present. So that panel is on Saturday, 7 Pacific time, p.m. You can also I forgot to mention that today, so. It's gonna be Saturday 7. Usually I stream on Saturday at 6, Saturday at 9, but it's gonna be Saturday 7. It's a big panel with a bunch of African, Indigenous, Anishinaabe, Cree from Canada or so-called Canada. We're gonna have people from across Filipino and Hawaiians, Asian and Pacific Islander creators from all across the world talking about these topics. You can also follow Silver Spook Games, which is the games related stuff. Silver Spook Games minus the E in silver. Silver, because Vanna White ran out of vowels when I was buying them. No, it's just too long. But Silver Spook Games is my games related stuff when the game goes on sale. I also, if you know who William Gibson is from the cyberpunk originator on which Cyberpunk 2077 and Shadowrun is all based, I have an interview with him as well. So when I do more interviews, I also have a panel with John Romero, creator of Wolfenstein, Doom, and all those other games, which you can also find on the YouTube channel. Where is that one? Anyway, I can't find it right now, but I was recently on a panel with the creator, the original co-founder of id Software, John Romero. He's also indigenous, Pakeha and Cherokee Indian, and half Mexican. Anyways, you can also follow Terminus C. Terminus C is another game I'm currently working on. It is a low-poly cyberpunk RPG game that's like Deus Ex and System Shock, if you're into those kind of games. Like Cyberpunk 2077, but less billionaires and capitalists involved. The main character in this, I am the content director, lead writer. The main character is a homeless escapee from a concentration camp. You know how the United States is currently treating horribly in ICE containment camps these children, on top of other things. And so the main character in this game is somebody from a concentration camp that has escaped and is being chased around by police, the surveillance state, and trying to survive. So it's a game about trying to survive, basically, as somebody getting out of America, destroyed South or Central American country, and trying to survive. And so it's a very political game. I don't pretend like I make any political games. I don't make any political games. I make games that are about fuck racism and fuck the U.S. ICE, and fuck the U.S. generally. It's a disgusting white supremacist empire, and the leading cause of death on Earth, including all of the biosphere. And this game is also about that, Terminus Cyberstar. So anyway, you can follow all these things, and don't forget you can join the Discord for this, if you so choose. You get updates on this video game. It should be coming out soon. I am not the lead producer, so I don't know when exactly it's coming out, but sometime soon. But I am working on that as well. So, yes, that's most of what I do. Yeah. Now we're gonna raid into who? Oh yeah, extremely online. Okay. Extremely online left. The best comments this side of the international date line. They're literally time travelers. Like I'm a science fiction writer. Extremely online left are science fiction doers. They time travel into tomorrow, which is June 3rd for me, because they're on the other side of the international date line, and I'm delaying because I don't have the Twitch window open. But Extremely On Left are good comrades. They are extremely online and extremely left from Australia. And extremely online into them. Hey, what's up, Dorian Sapiens? Have a good night. Australia. Take it easy, everyone. Be excellent to each other. Oh, I read not to them. Type in the raid command. Have a good night. Australia. Take it easy, everyone. Be excellent to each other. Oh, extremely online left. Keep your mirror spots. Be excellent to each other. You know, celebrate Pride Month. All genders are valid. All orientations are valid. This bigotry crap is some deeply colonizer bullshit from an indigenous perspective, and also, you know, I think I did pretty good, and Holly did. I did a good job looking like Prince, and Holly did a good job putting making up on my face to make me look even more Prince-like. And now we will raid out into Extremely Online. Oh yeah.
Pog. Silver Spook. That's a Pog. Hey, Holly. Good to see you guys. Hope you're doing alright. I don't know how we're in lockdown, basically. I was going to ask how COVID's treating Hawaii, essentially. Hope you guys are keeping safe. I mean, okay. Just cool off, pal. Alright? But also to see, oh, actually, I can't remember the command now. I'm pretty sure there's two different versions of this command, I think. But that's cool. Check out Neofeud.